Let me pull up my semblance of a recap, and then we will get this shit started. Oh, God, it's been so long. It's been like 2 weeks. But that feels like double the time because of how fucking exhausted we all are. Uh-huh. I don't even know what a day is anymore.
Isn't Stars of Ruin a thing from Elden Ring, or am I bugging? That sounds very
Um,
Elden Ring.
I don't know if it is. I didn't make it with that in mind, but if it is, that is because I am subconscious to all of the Elden Ring hours I've been putting in recently. Is it actually? Fuck, did I rip it
Yeah.
off? Stars of Ruin Elden. Fuck. Okay. I'll find a better one after this.
I mean, I fuck with the name. I don't mind at all.
What even is it?
It's
Oh,
a
it's a source. See, okay. In my fairness, I don't play
Dude,
intelligence
I've never done
builds.
an build either.
I've never done an in build in my entire life. I'm a good boy. So, incantations and strain for life. All right. Good shit. Fuck. I can't believe I did that to myself. I'm upset.
Oh.
Shit. Okay, we're good though. We're good. Jesus, the Hobbit music is blaring. Okay, I did not remember it being that loud. All right, we get into the shit. We're a little late, but we're going. Cool. So, last time. Oh God, last time on D&D, I wrote so little. Okay, we're going off of bare memory, I guess. Last time, I believe. Yeah, no, because we're not even at the island yet. Perfect. Last time we started off with a meeting called by Xyrus, asking all of you what you wanted to do while on the island. She mentioned that there were official jobs because there is guilds on in town. They're not related to any of the brotherhoods, and Port Cliff is not a part of Paradise Peak's island chains, so it is its own free ruling land. And yeah, I remember. She gave you a rundown of things that you could do, things that are coming up. One, you know that there is a harvest festival coming up, as this is time of year where just before the winter season is coming, an abundance of food is coming in, and they celebrate it by all coming together and hosting a number of fun events, including a rumor that those who are within the bounds of the Harvest Festival have a higher chance to awaken. It is a rumor, so there is not confirmed mythos behind it, but it is just a slight thing that could maybe happen. She also asked if you guys were cool with doing shady shit. She mentioned that she was had some ties to criminal organizations that helped run the city, and could help you get a number of jobs through there, depending on what your morality was. Overall agreement was you guys aren't exactly aiming to be heroes, so you don't really care about morals as long as it's not downright evil. So she said that she could set you up with a face-to-face invitation for all of those jobs and meeting the person in charge behind that. And then you guys just had a little meeting about how many days that you wanted to spend on the island, how quickly you should rush towards the island of Mistrin, and your goal of finding Rictus's sister and discovering what's happened on the island. You decided that it's already been so long in terms of years going by that it's probably good that you take a few well-deserved days off and enjoy whatever the island's festivities has to offer, as you have come out of a extraordinarily traumatic event. But hey, everyone handles that trauma differently, and in this case, y'all chose to deal with it with violence. We had round 2 of someone swinging on Duradon, except this time, everyone wanted some smoke. Reese finally came out of her kind of shell-shocked state ever since leaving the island and having her own self-reflection after Maeve's death, and wanted to properly introduce herself to our new friend Duradon in the most conventional way possible, and that was to beat the shit out of each other. Unfortunately, Duradon's a barbarian. It didn't go too well. It got a good first blow, and got to show off the bone form and all of your very intimidating stature. But Duradon's Duradon, and he was built for one thing and one thing only, and that was violence and murder. So I guess two things. Quickly following up, Mammoth wanted to have a fight, just for fun, or for any number of reasons, really. None that was explicitly explained. And without having the ability to heal or without even having the ability to rest, Durdon took on both Mammoth, and the tag team Kipley from the Crow's Nest, trying to hide and cast spells. But unfortunately, those stealth checks were not going in your favor. So it was open to Durdon that you were actively casting spells to both aid Mammoth in this fight and to stop Duradon from just outright bursting him down by both healing and doing a little bit of damage. So, the fight ensued. Mammoth tried to fly to the air with his broom and shoot down a few guiding bolts and arrows. Duradon showed off his 6th level ability, which just allows him to get over here and has a few other weapon art maneuvers, pulling him down from, I think it was like 15, 20 feet in the air. And a pretty amazing battle ensued. It was actually very entertaining for the DM to be in the spectator seat and watch players go head to head in such a way. That it was actually a very close fight. And even though it was in a ways rigged with the Wither and Bloom and the Hex helping keep Duradon down, it was still a very well fought fight, and no hard feelings were kept afterwards, as Duradon was brought back by Xyrus, and Mammoth and Kipley emerged victors. As victorious as you could be after beating the shit in a 2v1. 3v1 too, because Bruce did his fair share. So, team bonding. So after that, everyone kind of broke off and started to do their own thing as the day winded down. Reese did change her arm. Thank you so much. I forgot. Reese now has a fresh fit. I got jumped like it was JJK. Durdon got the Mojito simulator. You guys had a few bonding moments in RP as well, getting some well-earned and very excited Reese interactions after getting Caitlin back after a while. At the end of the day, there was also the point where Durdon tried to do push-ups while Hex was still on, and Xyrus accidentally removed Curse, and it was very funny. Also, we got to look at the man-eater that Mammoth had been holding in his token for all this time, which is now about 2.5 weeks. And it was a rotted and disgusting corpse that was offered to be used for exercise workouts and ended up just being thrown overboard because of his wretched smell, and started leaving a little bit of a disgusting rotted flesh trail behind the ship, and having some small fish and sea creatures chewing away. So, end of the night came. We had you harvested the skull. That was all that you could. It was nasty. End of the night came, and everyone settled down for a long rest, but not before. Xyrus and Duradon had a very interesting interaction. a little bit of. Shut
Sorry.
up. No, you can't. I will always love your mind being in the gutter, and it just makes it so much better. No, they had a bit of food for thought as they gave back ideals for a little bit. Talked about interests, talked about how they feel about the philosophy of the world and the chaos behind it. And before we faded to black, Duradon was asked a very interesting question, one that only the players are aware of, as Zyrus' gift of gabbed away her question of how Duradon feels about the Heralds. And after seeing a concerned and not so open-minded response, it was wiped clean from his memory, and it was moved on for the conversation, quickly covered up by a much more open topic of discussion, cake. Um, but after that, the two, not the mind wipe. Technically, it was a mind wipe. It was just 6 seconds of erasing. Kind of a mind wipe. 6 seconds of replacing a memory. And after that, you two shared a night together. And we start the session after all of that in the morning of the next day. A long rest has gone by. We all mark down the benefits from one for those who lost HP, spell slots, stuff like that. And upon the new day, I believe, if my notes are correct, there is only 2 days left before you get to Portcliff. So, as the day begins, and everyone begins to gather for breakfast, do morning routines. What would you all like to do, if anything? We don't have to RP the 2 days entirely as a whole, but if you would like to do anything, absolutely let me know. But at the start of the morning, to help you get off, help start off. God damn it. Hey man, it's late. Duradon, my question is, did you stay the night in the captain's quarters, or do you leave in the morning, or before morning starts rather?
Does she kick me out or try to cuddle?
Asking the real questions. No, she doesn't kick you out afterwards. Doesn't certainly try to cuddle in any means, but doesn't ask or force you to leave.
Cool. So he's bad with social cues, as we've kind of understood.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to roll over and look. It's like, so I'm kind of like weird with this section. Do you want me to like stay, or do you want me to leave? What makes you feel the most comfortable in this moment? Also, do you like need anything that I can provide for you?
You see, Zyrus looks at you with a smile, but it's not like a happy to see you smile. It's like a smile of when you see like a cat fall and bonk its head, or a dog like a dog run into kind of like one of those see-through doors. It she just laughs and goes, child running into glass doors, there you go. She goes, you don't have to make this anything more than what it was. A good night.
Okay, I don't think that really answered my question. Yeah, it was
Ah,
great. Does that
Sweet
mean
Duradon. For someone so full of rage, you are unbearably naive. It's almost charming.
okay, you said almost, so I assume that it's not. Um,
And you see she rolls out of bed and begins putting on her hunter's cloak and captain's hat and starts kind of getting ready for the day.
okay, cool. Yeah. He's just gonna hop up as well. And he start every morning the same way. Consistency is key. He first checks to make sure that there's not actively someone hiding to try to kill him.
Oh, for sure. Make me a
Followed
perception
by,
check.
oh god, oh god, that was just a bit. That was a thing. Cool. Not advantage, normal. It's only
12?
Yep.
I don't know about that chair, man. that nice captain's chair could be hiding something.
He kind of like pretends to uh get like dressed and he inches slowly over to the chair before taking a dagger and trying to stab at it.
You stab into wood, and the wood bleeds. Okay, it just it's a chair. And you hear as the door opens, "Please don't murder my furniture while I'm gone."
I wasn't I was just protecting you and making sure that it wasn't like a mimic.
Well, that is also furnished hickory, so please do not ruin it. And she closes the door.
Right? God, I feel like look, I was just paid for. All right, fuck it. This is awkward.
She took you. I was trying to a door sound. All right, not every. Listen here, you son of a bitch. Note to self: never try anything again. Gotcha. No, I'm kidding. What were you saying?
No, Duran's just gonna like gather his shit, do like a little mini workout, and then head on out.
You do the workout while in the captain's quarters?
Yeah, you know,
Okay.
early morning.
Sure.
You got consistency. If you don't do it and just get to it, you're gonna forget and get busy.
So here's the keynote that I was looking for, because she got up early, because it's her job to look over the ship. So this is 6:37 a.m. You have that conversation, you stab the chair and take a survey of the room, and then work out. The rest of everybody, who has a passive perception above 16?
Boo.
Mammoth.
Rictus.
Did you say boo? Rictus, Mammoth, and I think No, I think Reese is.
Way low. It's like 13 or something.
Yeah, never mind. Take it back.
Terrible.
Cool. No, that was. I think Mustang has pretty decent passive perception as well. Let me pull up Mustang sheet. That is what I forgot to do earlier. 17. Yeah. I knew at least 3 out of everyone else had it. Yeah. So Mustang, Rictus, and Mammoth all notice that as you are getting up and getting ready for the day, kind of walking around the interior of the ship and just getting breakfast and talking amongst yourselves, you notice that Duradon's the room that Duradon normally sleeps in, the door is still open, and there's no one inside. And after about, we'll say, after about 20-ish minutes of everyone being awake, you hear the captain's quarters door open, close, and Durdon walk out. Now, Durdon, you could try and make a stealth check if you want to avoid being obvious. Otherwise, you're gonna be just coming from that direction because the captain's quarters at the very end of the hall. Natural 20. You hear the captain's quarters door close, and you see one of the other crew with a bucket and a mop coming from the same direction, and they begin kind of washing the floor. They wave hello, and you all look away for a moment as Durdon. Oh fuck! What's the meme from? I have to find this. Hold on. Shit, it's not right there. For those of you who know of what the show Baki is, of when the dude walks behind the other man in perfect sync, Durdon uses this guy's shadow, and wow, like the second that everyone stops looking, just inches across of the wall, stops and kind of shrivels himself down to hide, and then tiptoes away unseen and unnoticed. What a beautiful natural 20.
What a time to get one.
Totally not wasted at all. So,
Listen, these escapades remain private.
while the day is going on, any immediate RP or anything you guys would like to do?
I have to clarify. I missed a chunk there for a second because I was switching to my computer.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like we were doing some deductive reasoning and then perhaps some stealth happened.
Yeah, Durdon rolled a natural 20 on stealth to sneak out of the captain's quarters.
Understood. Okay. Roger, roger.
Now there's the ship stealthing for the sea. What? Yeah. If no one has anything, we can skip ahead. But the opportunity is there. What was that?
Let's
Was that
skip
Caitlin?
ahead. I said, let's skip ahead.
You cut out at the perfect time, and all I heard was skippity.
Do.
Skippity
Skippity-dee-dah,
ado ahead.
skippity-doo.
Let's go.
All right, for this day, anything else in terms of RP interactions? Anything that you would like to do? Going once, going twice. So, okay. For the last day of travel to Port Cliff, it will not be a combat encounter, but who would like to roll the D100?
Me.
Was that April in the background?
Someone
Yep.
does.
I just heard the.
I'm sure if she was here, she would really like to roll, but
Oh, that's funny. Okay, Ash, go ahead.
a D100 or a D20?
D100.
That was a 20.
Wow.
Wow, you guys.
Wow.
That's 3 20s so far in this campaign, just on the ocean travels.
Look, it
That's
beats
insane.
it beats a giant island coming at us.
Fuck that
Wouldn't you
island.
believe it? Giant Turtle Island is 20. No. 20. Scroll up here. Ooh. Can you go ahead can you go ahead, Ash, and go ahead and roll me 1d6, please? We got options.
1.
1.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Wonderful. So, as the new day hits you, and it's been 24 hours since the beefening with Duradon, and all of you have had some time to talk amongst yourselves, kind of plan out a little bit more of what you actually want to do in town, catch up with each other about, plans for the future, etc., etc. On the last day of travel, heading towards Portcliff, you can begin to see in the distance a small speck of land that, as Zyrus kind of takes out, her spyglass, and will offer it to anyone else that also would like a look. You can see in the very far distance the island of Portcliff rapidly approaching. You can also see that the skies around Portcliff are partially shaded, as it looks like some sort of large cloud is moving, not in your direct direction, but in a similar southwestern direction as you are headed northeast at the moment. So it looks like you're going to be passing by sometime today. And as the winds kind of pick up a little bit, and you can hear, in the distance, some general sounds of the waves crashing. A few seagulls, now that you're closer to land, you can see them beginning to do some circles around the ship.
Ew.
You you see that the cloud gets closer and closer, and as it does, those of you who are on deck and have a high enough passive perception hear Zyrus audibly say, "Uh-oh," as she has the spyglass and is looking up. And as those of you who have higher passive perceptions, specifically 18 and above, you begin to hear the sounds of flapping.
God damn it.
Rapid flapping in very high volumes. As you look over to the side of the ship, you see what is probably the weirdest sight, the bird strike, the weirdest sight that you have seen in a long time. You see a dark rain cloud moving at a unrealistically fast pace at about roughly 60 feet per second. And underneath that dark rain cloud, you see, chirping and making these kind of high frequency squeaking noises, a group of what looks like to be anywhere between 80 to 100 bats. And you see they're rapidly approaching, they're not going to go directly through or over the ship. It looks like they're going to kind of sideswipe you a little bit. And they're large bats. They're not small by any means. These things have about a 5.5, 6 foot wingspan. And you can't exactly get the full head to tail kind of size reference from this distance, but they certainly look like to be large creatures. What would anyone like to do?
Does Zyrus point that out to the rest of us?
She audibly just says, "Uh-oh."
Oh.
That's the extent. She doesn't ring any bells or call like screaming out for help. She just kind of takes note of it. So anyone that would be above board with a high enough passive perception um, can absolutely hear her say that. But
Otherwise, yeah.
no further context is given.
Yeah.
With a 15, you would hear the uh-oh. And after a few minutes, you would notice the large dark swarm of both clouds and bats.
Yeah, Kibley at first is just looking up into the sky at the seagulls and is like, shit, I should probably look at that at some point. And then she looks over and actually looks at what she was saying uh-oh about and... Oh. What is that? Do we need to do something about that? Maybe? That's coming right for us, right? She's looking at Cyrus.
You see Cyrus is just kind of staring at it, watching with the spyglass in hand, just kind of following it as it comes. It's still like, it's about a mile out, and 60 feet per 6 seconds is pretty fast, but it's not coming at you like blistering speeds, kind of like bum rushing the ship. It's gonna take like a few minutes to go past you, and you see she just goes, I no, don't think so. Just perhaps those of you who are light of heart, just head beneath deck. That's about it.
Light of heart.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means. Like we have good humor, we're happy, or...
Not necessarily. Those who don't like to see gruesome and grotesque things. Which I don't think is many of you, but just putting it out there.
Okay. Could I see that for a second?
Sure. And she will offer you the spyglass. Not to keep though.
Yeah, of course.
It's very expensive.
Kippy's gonna look up at the seagulls.
Specifically at the seagulls?
Yeah!
Sure. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
Oh! Helps if I have my character sheet open. Perception.
It would.
19.
They're seagulls.
Fuck!
The giant seagull that was there last time, no longer in view.
Well, these are just stupid seagulls.
Yeah, no, that's seagulls are not the most intelligent creatures.
Kippy just kind of looks at Cyrus for a moment. And then she looks over at the bats.
Sure. For 19 perception and using the spyglass, you can see there is a lot of them. And now you can start actually taking a small tally. It's closer to 100, and these bats are huge.
So, they're like directly, you said west of us?
You guys, going from Paradise Peak on the map to Port Cliff, you are heading northeast and they're heading southwest. So your paths are going to intersect, but they're not like
okay. So it
going
doesn't
out of their way to
got it.
beam towards the ship. At least that's what it looks like. For 19 perception, that's what you think is most likely going to happen. Excuse me.
So Kipley would hand Cyrus back the spyglass. So that's probably going to come right at us. Can we not go faster at all? Like,
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Let me just, it's a ship. I
Yeah.
don't know what you want me to do about it.
do the wind thing that you did before.
not a wind person. I can cast control water, if that's what you're talking about. However, I can only do that once per day. So,
Okay.
I save that for combat or for dire emergencies. I
Fair
think
enough.
they're most likely going to just pass by. Hopefully. Hopefully.
And
pass
if
by.
they don't, what happens? You seem to know what they are.
We will have a very unpleasant interaction.
Physical?
Perhaps. Depends if you, never mind. Depends.
I suppose what I'm asking is, should we all be separated?
Not necessarily. I don't think it's going to change anything. Maybe just don't put some of the, you and Mammoth in the air. It might draw their attention more. I think as long as everyone is, keeps their wits about them and are together, we should be fine. We should be fine. Just maybe keep some of the more charismatic ones up front.
Okay. All right.
Actually, I have to ask you: you're a shifter, correct?
Maybe.
Your kin. But when you shift, you grow kind of membrane-like wings. Are you a shifter of a bat-related origin?
Is that what it looks like?
I'm asking a question. I don't know what you are. I've known you for only a few days.
Maybe.
Oh, so do you see the group of bats heading toward us, and can you put two and two together of why I might be asking this?
Oh, I
just
see
wanna know
the
if you
fucking
have
cloud
any-
of bats. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, I was just asking if you had any ability to communicate that you knew about, because that might come in handy.
Oh, you know what? No. Yeah, sure. I got this. She shoves the spyglass into her, walks over to the edge of the ship, and she just starts making squeaky noises, like hands on the side of it.
Oh, dear lord. Give me a straight charisma check. Just straight charisma. 17? Sure. We'll see we'll see how that goes. But do you try and pocket and walk away with the spyglass?
Oh no, she would shove it back at her.
Okay.
She gave up the gloves of thievery. She's not real confident in.
Yeah, no. Which, by the way, as someone who has stolen many items in their lives, you know, spyglasses are extraordinarily expensive. They're not just a few gold, maybe 100 gold. They can go upwards of 1,000 gold because the technology is still new, and it takes a lot to make a good one. Or it takes a Duradon who has fucking a mile vision. But actually,
What?
speaking of which, Duradon, are you above board at this point, or are you below deck?
He's probably is Kipley above board?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's above board.
Cool. What is Duradon doing? Where are you looking about? Are you paying more attention to the conversation, scanning the horizon line, seagulls, clouds?
He's probably scanning the cloud because, like,
Okay.
he hears Zyrus and her whole shtick.
Make me a perception check with advantage, because technically they're within your. I think it is. You can see outward to a mile with perfect detail, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Make it with advantage though. 15? Cool. You 15 is enough for the bare minimum of information. As they're getting closer now, and they are now getting within about 600, 500 feet and picking up the pace a little bit, you can see their forms much better than anyone else, even with the spyglass. You can see that these are, as you can tell, large-sized bat-like creatures. You can see their ears are a little larger than most bats. And you can see that their eyes are kind of stained red. Snout kind of protruding out a little bit longer than normal as well. They look a little more monsterfied than normal bats. And as they begin heading in kind of that cross that you're about to hit, you notice that a few begin to, like, you can see their ears begin to wiggle, and a few begin to look towards the ship, and you look back and you can see Kipley making squeaking noises, and you also see a few of them begin to look at the seagulls above the ship. And you watch as the dark cloud above them drifts slightly to the right and is now in a direct course of interception between the two of you. You can also see some of the bats have various different either trinkets on them or some even articles of clothing. You see a bat has a monocle. Another has a large, comically sized top hat. And one is in a full fitted three-piece suit with large cutouts on the side for the wings.
And there's like hundreds of them.
Oh yeah, no, not hundreds, like about 800. With your perception check, you can't really tell how many, but putting yours and Durdon's together, it looks like it's about like 85, maybe 90 at most.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's not like hundreds upon hundreds. It's like it's still a large enough group that you can visibly see it during the day. And also the fact that there's a dark rain cloud above covering out a
That's still a
beautiful
lot.
sunlit sky. So yeah, no. And you see now it looks like it's changing its course, and it's going to go ahead and meet the ship in about 30 seconds. Maybe a little bit more.
Hey, so they're gonna, I guess, meet the ship in like 30 seconds or so. So they seem somewhat like civil looking. Either I don't know what they are, but I've never seen a bat wear like a suit. So I mean, I don't know. Either this is some weird fucking mutation, where monstrous bats suddenly dress like humanoids of noble class, or it's something else that I don't really fucking know. Either way, they're coming in like 30, so prepare yourselves.
They're wearing suits.
Or yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird, right?
I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe.
God damn it. I'll keep your tone and ready yourself.
Alright, so 20 seconds goes by. You can see the cloud rapidly approaching. 10 seconds. Gets closer and closer. And now that they are getting closer, you can see the size of these creatures. And like, if they wanted to, it looks like there's enough bats to cover the ship entirely. And have a few left over afterwards. And you watch as the cloud directly goes over the ship and stops and actually begins to keep with the speed going in the same direction now as the ship, of perfectly hovering over it. And you see a light mist begins to fall upon the ship. And you can see those The seagulls that were going around the top of the ship, kind of circling you guys, begin to get violently consumed by a number of the larger bats. And you hear really sad seagull sounds as they are chopped the fuck up in seconds. And you can see a few spatters of blood falls from the sky onto the deck. And you see Cyrus kind of slowly begins making her way down from the helm uh, towards the main mast, and you see another larger bat, kind of the biggest one out of the group, begins making its way down and lands on the deck, kind of looking around, sniffing the air. You can see the ears are perked up. And you see it walks directly up to Kipling. And as it arrives at you, you see the form, the like kind of furred shape of this large bat-like creature begin to revert, shrink, rapidly change at a fast pace from a monstrous bat into a humanoid. As this man now stands before you, you can see kind of this longer black hair, about 2 or 3 streaks of white, almost highlights running through it. Tan skin, a scar over one of his eyes, and you can also see that there is one of the eyes you can see clearly now in this dark exterior of a day is slightly glowing red. And you see he goes, "I'm sorry, what did you say to me?"
Ooh.
And you see this gentleman. This gentleman approach you.
Hello?
What was that you were just shouting out at me and my companions?
It was a greeting. We saw
Where
you
did you learn such dialect?
on a dweller ship.
On a dweller ship, where
Where
it is
did-
very known that bats communicate with strange, small, humanoid creatures such as yourself. What are you? And you see he's like actively leaning over you at this point, and you can see he's kind of sniffing the air around you.
Dordan will step up to be behind Kipling.
Yeah, sure. As you step up behind Kipley, you can see this guy about only a few inches shorter than you. And he kind of looks up at you as you step behind her. And you see he kind of stands up straight, looking you in the eye, looking at her. I have no business with you, mountain man. I only have questions for her.
As long as we can make sure those questions remain just words, then I'll gladly have nothing to do with you.
It depends on the answer. So what are you, smoke creature?
Shifter.
Shifter. Eyes narrow. And you see he now fully takes a knee and leans down to be at your height level. I don't think I have seen one of your kind be... Stops. Ah. You. You come from bigger clan. Shifter clan. Yes?
At one time. No more.
Your scent smells familiar.
Really?
I do not think I have met you before, but perhaps one of your kin, parents, brother, sister. Do you have any?
You'll pardon my suspicion. I've been traveling for quite some time. Been through some shit lately. Could I ask where you come from?
You see he now kind of leans back, taking a step away. Excuse me for my rude behavior. Your call had me concerned, interested of what... And he looks around at the ship. This was... And watches a few more blood splatters fall onto the deck for more seagulls. How rude of me. I am Tyr. I come from the seas up north. Some know them as a small chain of islands. I believe you call them the Blackened Isles. And he gives a slight bow. We are a nomadic clan of vampires. As you can see, we are in a bit of a hurry. Spells only last so long. But we are moving south, headed for better feeding grounds.
Understood.
We happened to come across your ship.
Do you need a moment to rest?
Looks up at the cloud. I only have about 10-20 minutes before this needs to be refreshed. If you are offering a place to rest, my kin would certainly appreciate it. And you can see some of the bats begin to now rain down and grab onto the mast, grabbing onto the sides of the ship. And you can hear the wood beginning to creak under the weight of about 50 bats, bum rushing all of the crow's nests, trying to get the high ground. In this time, tell me of who you are and what you are doing. It would be nice to trade stories on the open sea. Perhaps could share information.
Have we heard of the Darkened Isles? Or do I know of it, or...
Go ahead. The only people who would have, or potentially could have heard about this, Durdon, Kipley, Mustang, and Rictus. Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Hmm.
14.
What?
27.
Rictus. Your brain.
This came from
He
there.
knows his stuff.
Love your
Yeah,
brain.
yeah.
I was born in the darkness. 9. Yeah, you fucking. That just sounds like vampire shit, Dirt. Who gives a fuck?
I've read about
Cool.
Duradon's
So-
brain's still flat.
Hey, Durdon doesn't fucking.
He had a
read.
good night.
Hey, he did. Different kind of darkness.
Yeah.
The Blackened Isles, Rictus,
Mhm.
is actually not too far from Mistrin. It is only about, I'd say, a month's journey, which is still far, but not outlandishly far from your hometown, your home island.
Hmm.
It is a well-known and respected kind of almost reservation for a group of pacifist, both vampires, drow, Duragar, and just about every race that has sunlight sensitivity, or did in their past before they were exposed to the modern world. And it is a land that is fully covered in darkness at all times. Uh, some say that it was a spell cast back in the day before even the arcane detonation occurred. Some say that it is just a curse on the Isles that was left there by deities long ago. No one has a direct understanding of how it came to be, but these various different races found the land and were able to create a kind of symbiotic community where they could live off of the strange and semi-monstrous animals that lived and mutated from there, um, but also didn't have to worry about day and night cycles because now there was no threat of sunlight or really any outsiders because of how isolated they were. Um, you also know with a 27, I'll give you a little more. Um, in recent history, and we're talking recent, like a few months ago, the Blackened Isles was rumored to have been invaded or had an attempt of invasion by a group of celestial dragons. Some call them various different names, but most know them as coatls. Uh, Creatures who feast on evil beings of the night and shed daylight wherever they go. There was apparently a horde that tried to get in, and most people wrote it off as like fanfiction, like theory of like, oh yeah, no, like why did a bunch of creatures who've lived in a place for hundreds of years randomly leave without us knowing about it? Fucking aliens, I don't know, man. In the same kind of fan theory like that, people think or rumored that a stray group of Celestials made their way down to try and purge the Blackened Isles. And that would have taken place about 4 to 5 months ago. So the storyline of what he told you kind of matches. Doesn't exactly match, but then again, you don't know the specifics on
Hmm.
what impact or scale this event had. But you do know the people that live there have developed a way of life that doesn't require them to be preying or predatory on others. So if he is actually from there, there shouldn't be any threat to you. Hopefully.
Rictus would kind of tug at Kipley's pant legs and just kind of relay that information over to her.
Okay.
Sure. And as you say it, he is right there, goes, ah, so you know of a culture. Where did you hear about this? From first hand or from your history books?
Just most of it just came from books. My father told me a little bit about it, but he had always told us to stay away, not to ever go out there.
Oh. And what was the reason of that?
He just told me it was an evil place, that we wouldn't be safe.
Evil is not exactly the word I would use to describe it. many have misconceptions on what occurs in the Isles. For you, gestures to the daylight around, this is already a paradise. You may walk wherever you wish, with no fear of injury, of being preyed upon by massive, monstrous beasts. This is freedom. The Blackened Isles is that to us, or was that to us.
Is it
Most-
completely lost?
And he kind of puts a somber look on his face. I do not know if it is completely lost, but my brother was a chieftain. He ran a small collection, a village a few miles east of me. A runner messenger came, severely injured, plagued by some sort of new corruption. His skin was rapidly decaying. His eyes were gone grey. And he warned us that the idols were no longer safe. That my family had fallen. So we took all that we could, gestures to the roughly 85 bats above him, and we left. The only word that was left behind, the only reference of what curse might have inflicted our land, was Ravinica. He died after saying it. We are not familiar with what the terminology is. If it is a creature, a being, place. But whatever it has begun to destroy our home. So we are looking for new grounds to call home.
Do you know where you're headed, or are you just...
We have a direction. We know that there is openings, caverns to what we hopefully believe is the Underdark. There we might find temporary peace. But we have never been before, and we are going off of mere simple directions from strangers. And a map that finds us not much use.
Yeah. Kippley would turn to the rest of the group, including Zyrus. Does anyone know, by any chance, any entrances into the Underdark? Anything at all?
See Zyrus kind of hesitantly walks forward. If you're looking for the Underdark, you're headed in the right direction. However, I would advise, if possible, for you to keep your cloud above surface longer, that you look for caverns elsewhere. It is not exactly the safest place, even for creatures like yourself. there is a ongoing war between major factions that would either seek to use you as weapons or to destroy you before the other could. You see, kind of nods his head. However, to my understanding, if all of your kin can shift like you can, there is another group of vampiric individuals I'm familiar with that live in sea caverns underneath Paradise Peak. They have a deal arranged with the council, so I don't know if you would be welcome there or not, but it might be a better option than, well, risking war and death upon your people. You see Tyr kind of looks at her, narrowing his eyes, trying to... And both have, like, a militaristic, like, look to them of trying to read the other completely. And in a weird moment that not many of you have seen, looks like Zyra shows a slight bit of compassion. Slight. Not a whole lot, but, like, at least Duradon, who has a little bit more of a background as to why, can tell that it looks like she is being genuine about trying to have them avoid the Underdark for their own safety. And goes, we could perhaps look into this and see if they would allow refugees for the time being. Thank you. My question is, when Kipley heard Ravinica, what was her facial reaction, if any?
I think her pupils would have widened and her head would have, like, kind of turned towards it a bit, towards them. I think she's really tried to learn to control her reactions, but she definitely kind of turns towards them.
Sure. If you'd like to try and mask it, can you give me a deception check?
Yeah.
You're looking to beat a 23.
Wah.
You rolled like crazy.
Yeah,
16.
great.
After the exchange and after, like, it's not like you overreact, but you can tell this creature just has pretty heightened senses. For being, as what you could probably assume, the leader of this group. It looks like it was probably because of how aware and adept he is. And as he gets this information and looks out of the corner of his eyes and sees that kind of go into a little bit of a fugue state, eyes going wide, pupils dilating, and just kind of shifting uncomfortably, he cocks his head slightly to the side and takes a step closer. I feel you know something. Something that I said has made you deeply uncomfortable. I've shared a great deal of information freely with you. I ask if you know anything in return regarding my people and the Blackened Isles, that you would share it as well.
Kipley's eyes kind of drop a bit. And she kind of looks not quite back at Zyrus, but her head just kind of turns towards her a bit. And then she looks back at the back of the ship. Are there still, like, fish following us and everything from the
from the rotting flesh
Yeah.
of Ren. That was a day ago.
Okay,
So
disregard.
there is like fish in the general vicinity, but there's not like a massive like cluster like there was
Right. Okay.
previously.
Then she would just kind of look back at Cyrus a bit uncomfortably, her head tilting towards Duradon a bit. She just kind of sighs and then looks up at them and at Tia, and she would say telepathically, I'm supposed to find Ravinica. I don't know why, but I'm bound to a powerful being and they want me to find it.
They can't respond to your telepathic communications, can they?
No.
Cool. Let me go ahead and look through. I don't think they have any means to communicate back.
And that's okay.
Let me see. Actually, you know what? Pause. You see he kind of he walks towards you and gets uncomfortably close, like not nose to nose or a few inches away, but just kind of steps into your bubble and places a hand on your shoulder and squeezes. And for a moment you feel a sharp pain enter your arm, and it almost uncontrollably twitches. And you can feel yourself forcefully begin to enter a shift state. And is an uncomfortable feeling, and a new one, because you normally have full control over your body. But in this moment, you feel as your form shifts, the membrane-like wings spread out, your ears begin to slightly become sharper and longer, and you watch as Tyr once more resumes the state that he was previously in of the larger bat. And the rest of you just hears chirps. Small, high-pitched squeak noises. Kipley, you hear... What is it that you know? You said you are connected to higher being. Like you are involved. Or the cause of what is happening to our homeland? Please elaborate.
Not the cause. At least, not that I'm aware of. I'm bound to a patron. The Bone Mother. She told me I had to find Ravinica. I don't know why, I don't know what it means. I just know I'm supposed to.
I am not familiar with this being. You said you have to find it. Why? For what purpose? Are you meant to stop it? Are you meant to help us? Are you the one causing this? And sir, very carefully.
She looks very thoughtful for a long moment.
Also, as a complete side note, going over all of this,
mhm.
the only one, if they would like to, that can understand this conversation would be Mammoth if you cast Speak with Animals. If you think you would be nosy enough to do so, you can absolutely do so, as they are semi-speaking bat, and I allow it. But if not, completely fine.
No, I'm good.
Perfect.
I like to think I'm not causing this. I haven't done anything that I know of to cause the trials that your people are going through. However, the reasoning for me needing to go or find Ravinica is at the moment beyond me. There's nothing to say that she wants me to find it, to increase it, or to end it. I don't know. But what I do know, and what I hope you can read as truth, is I've had enough of sacrifices in my life. And I don't wish to put that on anyone else. So if that is truly what is being asked of me, well, I suppose I hope I can be better. And overcome it, but I don't know. I don't have all the answers you're looking for. However, I do wish you well. And if your people need rest, you have it.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. 15. You don't necessarily feel any anger or see any kind of tension build. You just see him begin to process this information. And he responds with, "For your sake, I hope that what you say is true." We do not like to make enemies, but if we find that you are related to the downfall of our people, well, let us hope that is not ring true. We will set off, but I will remember this. I will remember you. If you do come to my lands, and you do find this fiend, I hope that you make the right decision about what to do with it. You see, he makes a large squeak sound and kind of rings and causes a few of you to put your hands to your ears as he flaps up on his wings, getting a burst of air, and takes flight off. Now changing directions, headed towards Paradise Peak, with the cloud and all of the other bats rapidly taking off after him. And you can see as the cloud moves, they all immediately follow underneath it. Not a single one lagging behind. And they begin to head off.
Kipley's wings kind of tuck back in. Just kind of just has one hand on the rail and just kind of looks back up at Duradon briefly and then the others before landing on Xyrus. So moving on, yeah?
Fucking vampires. Yeah, we're moving on. And she twirls on her heel and heads back to the helm. We'll reach Port Cliff by nightfall, folks. I suggest that you get some rest now. You have introduction tonight. She heads off. Rest of you, what are you doing as this entire interaction went down without anyone really being able to understand it?
Reese would have been watching from like the edge of the boat, just kind of fascinating. I don't know that she could really understand any of the language, but she could tell that they're communicating with each other. As Kipley's eyes probably seemed fairly fixed on a little bat creature. And she'd come up to Kipley at the end. What was that all that about?
Lost people. Looking for new lands just like everyone else has lost their home. With the islands disappearing, people are becoming desperate.
Where are they headed now?
I mean, I think it sounded like they were trying to head towards the Underdark, but They might be headed towards... Actually, I don't know. It was either headed straight on towards the Underdark, the tunnels they were originally sent to, or towards the area that Captain Cyrus pointed out for them, which was beneath Paradise Peak.
You
Do you know of
she sort of
Renica?
shakes her. I've heard of it.
What do you know of it?
What would Reese even know about it?
You have not heard of it.
She said she heard of it. It's a lie. Given Kipley's natural deception, she'd probably tell that. It's a lie.
Kippy just kind of nods. Right, okay. Well, this has been great fun. It's like dinner time, right?
Early morning.
Breakfast. Breakfast. Right.
Yeah. Hungry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll gather for some second breakfast. Anything that anyone would like to do for the remainder of the day? As you know, you will reach Portcliff by nightfall, or at least by late evening. If there's anything that anyone would like to do in preparation. The day passes. All of you let that encounter sink in, and a whole lot more questions than answers have been given. However, as the sun gets lower and lower in the sky, and the sea begins to dance on that kind of pinkish purple horizon line, you can now see, coming into sight, a large island. Not quite as large as Paradise Peak, but not that much smaller either. And you can see this kind of beautiful rock formation where, almost like a plateau, the top of the island is completely flattened out, but is also part of one large kind of mountainous peak that looks like it has been eroded and kind of destroyed over time, and in doing so has left these large kind of caverns. This almost looks like someone carved out this massive section, and within it you can see lights, and you can see moving rivers and bodies of water, and all sorts of plant life as well. Paradise Peak is no stranger to having forests and small bits of swamp and even jungle, but you can see there is almost plant and tree life built into the city itself. There's this gorgeous civilization that not many of you have seen before. While Portcliff is on the way to Paradise Peak, and many of you have seen it pass by, it is not a docking station for dwellers or any major traveling or escort route, because of the fact that is its own civilization. It runs off of itself. It makes its own food. It does trade within itself. And while it does have outreach going to both Paradise Peak and beyond, it is one of the more self-sufficient cities in, well, the known world. And as you begin to approach and the sun begins to set, those of you with spyglasses or perhaps better vision can begin to make out the sights of Portcliff. As you
Oh.
begin to approach, you can see Cyrus wheeling in the ship closer and closer to shore. And as you get about, I want to say, a few thousand feet out from the shore, you can see there's a few different docks. Not as many as Paradise Peak. Paradise Peak had a number of docks, about 4 to 5 in total. Here you can see a little bit smaller. There's about 2 that you can currently see. You can see the boardwalk goes a little bit past your current vision. But as you get closer, you notice smaller little specks begin to race out over the water towards the ship. And as the light has kind of gone down, and now it's in that evening, kind of evening sunset, where there's just enough light where you can see in the general vicinity around the ship, Duradon. And this is gonna happen a lot, goddammit. Duradon, Rictus, and Mammoth specifically. So all of you have passives above 20. Oh, excuse me, no. Just Rictus and Duradon. The two of you, as you are all sitting on the bow of the ship, watching the island get closer, can see these specks moving out towards you. These small figures racing over the water towards you. And you think they might be lappers, maybe. You've all used lappers before. You know how they work. A glider, a suit that allows you to almost bounce and domino effect off of the water for a number of times using Sectrum. Skippers are smaller boats as well that can traverse in a similar way. But as they get closer to the ship, you see they are humanoid. Humanoid shapes running over the water's edge. And as they approach the ship, and you get a better view of them, you see features that you're not normally accustomed to. And you also see they're running on all fours. As you see kind of these fur-covered heads and bodies, very light and flowing clothing, as to not restrict their movements. And most importantly, you can see they have these large chains shackled around their wrists. And you watch as they rapidly approach the ship. And as they do, you see Xyrus kind of waves, and they skid to a stop and wave back. And you watch as, for a lot of you the first time, you see the Tabaxi, this kind of feline cat-like race, approach the ship, and you see they attach these large chain-like shackles to the figurehead of the ship and begin to physically maneuver the ship with about 5 of these individuals walking it and pulling it into port. And you can see all sails are put down, and you are essentially towed in by these 5 rather large feline-looking individuals. And as you approach shore, you can see that's the eve of the Harvest Festival is beginning to pick up. A number of individuals are simply walking along the dockside, just enjoying the beautiful sunset. You can see also a large variety of people. The population of Paradise Peak is heavily populated with elves as its main popular race, but it was mainly all of the well-known core races. Gnomes, dwarves, elves, humans, but not much outreach besides that. Here you can now begin to see a little more unique and, for a lot of you, new peoples. You can see these multi-limbed creatures walking around, appearing to be humanoid, but bluish of skin and kind of scales running along their arms. This almost large bug-like creature, almost like a walking 6-foot-tall mantis, roaming about the streets. And the wide variety of this site is almost exciting to a point of overwhelming for all of you. As you approach the docks, and Cyrus, kind of like a group, leader taking their kids out on a field trip, begins gesturing for all of you to gather in a group by the gangplank. Goes, all right, a few rules here. Backpacks, right? Yeah. A few rules here. One, the laws, while in place and are mostly familiar to you all, as they're not too unique, are a bit relaxed. And by that I mean there is not a strong formal governmental presence here, meaning that crime rate is a little higher than Paradise Peak. So all of you who are in possession of vassalship tokens should hide those to the best of your ability. And when I say to the best of your ability, I don't mean just put it in your pocket. I don't mean just put it around your neck with a string on it. I mean put it somewhere and make sure it is there every few minutes to perhaps every hour. You all are the most vied for targets here because vassalship tokens are very valuable and also normally hold lots of gold inside of them.
Whoa.
So keep your pockets about you.
Where are we supposed to put them? Like butt cracks or what? Where do we hide
Nature
them?
provides many pockets, Kipley. No. You see, she goes, I would suggest you chain them to somewhere.
Do you have chains?
I have chains for myself. Or if you have a scarf or another shirt that you can put over, or any kind of well-hidden clothing, that would be very smart.
Kipley's digging through her shit. Oh, I've got manacles!
I
do
would
I.
not put manacles on. And you see she kind of hushedly gestures towards the tabaxi, which now you can see are waving and heading off back to port. And now that you have a closer look, you can tell they don't look like they are manacles. They do look like they're working kind of latches, hooks. So they don't look like they are slaves in any way, shape, or form. However, you do notice that as they're walking off, Cyrus goes, chains here is not a good thing. Slaves are legal, and you don't want to give the wrong impression.
What?
As I said before, it's a little bit more relaxed here.
How
Now,
is
most people do indentured servitude, which is only slightly better. However, a number of the more uh, monstrous or animalistic races are often kept as slaves. So perhaps be careful using chains or showing manacles,
could
as
you
there are those who would love to snatch some of those up for money.
define monstrous races?
All of those who sit outside the normal humanoid norms.
Right.
Werebearkin, Freakreen, Tabaxi, Leonin. There's a large portion of all of those who don't have typical humanoid appearances.
Kipley looks to the rest of the party. Well, alright. I already hate it here.
I would be careful of your friend as well. And she kind of gestures towards Mustang.
Yeah, there's a reason I didn't come to Portcliff.
You're definitely going to be a first for many. And I must say, it is not common practice to use slaves. I know a lot of good people here who do a lot of good work. But those who are trying to make a large profit and aren't looking for those with fair wages tend to lean into the more. And she makes a kind of sour face. Ancient practices. Any
Well-
questions?
Anyone in particular we should avoid, like specific guard uniforms or specific, like, crime guilds wearing certain symbols?
I would not necessarily say that the guards should be avoided. They are here to uphold law and order, and they are mostly volunteers. In fact, they are all volunteers. Unlike the common guard of Paradise Peak, the semi trusted individuals who call themselves guards here are mainly known as poppers.
Paupers.
You will know when you see one. They dress in very lavish adornments. They all have a red ribbon attached at their scabbards, and they all wield long swords. So, if you do run into trouble and I am not there for whatever reason, you should put some trust in them, as they typically have the better of intentions for people.
I feel like trouble is just going to be a given with us. Is there any laws in particular outside of the normal ones that you would have in Paradise Peak that maybe we should be aware of? Like any words we shouldn't be speaking, any, maybe not doing battle in the middle of the street or things like that.
I wouldn't do that.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
no, that's typically a commonplace amongst most societies.
Really?
However, yeah, I know, right? But I would simply put it like this. Anything that you would not feel comfortable doing outside in Paradise Peak, definitely don't do it here. as I said previously, the laws are only relaxed because the ruling body of Portcliff doesn't enforce, or doesn't have a strong law enforcement presence. Because if they were, they wouldn't be able to practice business the way they do. So as long as you don't go around pissing off every wealthy businessman or woman in Portcliff, you should be fine. Most people here are just looking for a new beginning. As this is outside of every jurisdiction, of every brotherhood, of the council. It's its own secondary paradise, you could say.
And we got the impression that we needed to hide Mustang.
Not necessarily hide, just be hyper aware that you are traveling around with a very rare individual.
Okay.
Who has been looked at and interested previously by other groups,
Yeah.
including the Heralds. So,
Wait, what?
Oh, back when Mustang was first introduced, the Amos, the man who we were dealing with previously, sent an invitation to Mustang. As a little bit of a history reminder.
Mm-hmm.
As they
gotta start
they
taking
were...
better notes.
That was also like months ago. Dom just remembers that off the top of my head because for some reason I can remember D&D campaigns, but not real life. Short-term memory, baby. They gave him a letter right around the same time that Laura Jenkins got fireballed with all of you in the room. I think it was actually right before that because they warned him.
It was right before it.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I remember that part. At least they weren't that great. But yeah, no. Definitely a strange creature made out of coal, smoke, and fire is certainly something that might be of interest here. But Cyrus goes, however, the benefactor that I am bringing you all to tonight is one of the more trusted individuals that I have here. And I say trusted with a grain of salt, because I don't trust anyone, or I try not to, as you all should as well. But she has the best, or better, of intentions for Portcliff. She is one of the sole reasons of why it is not a complete corrupt town full of murderers, killers, and, well, evil rich people. You'll find those anywhere. So, stick close. Try not to attract any attention further than what you will already attract. And hopefully this goes as well as it can. So, my question is, does anyone attempt to better hide their vassalship tokens?
Yes.
Cool. Anyone who would like to attempt to do so, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check. This is just going to be this is going to be attempting to hide it either under your clothing that you already have for a shirt, trying to put it in any kind of sealed pocket that you might have, or trying to link it with any twine, rope, or anything like that.
Can I put it inside of my gloves of thievery?
No, because
can't
they
take
are
it
not
out.
a pocket dimension.
Well, no. She puts them on and they go inside.
No, that's not how that works. You can continue to explain it, but it will not change the fact that they are gloves. And a token, by the way, is like, it is large. It is not a
I
small token.
really have no idea how they are. I'm looking like a toonie or something, but I have no idea how big it is.
Each token, I'm literally looking around my room right now trying to find a size reference because I can't think of it. They're about a little larger than a tea platter. Or tea, what is it called? Fuck. The word immediately slipped my mouth as soon as I started looking
Saucer?
for it. Saucer, thank you. Yes,
Hmm.
they're a little bigger than a tea saucer,
Well, that makes sense.
but they're also like an inch and a half of thick stone. So again, not something you can really hide too easily, especially not in a glove. But let me go ahead and mark these down. 23, nice. Cool.
Give me a second.
Yeah, no worries. And anyone who doesn't hide them, of course, that's just gonna go off of normal passives.
I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way I can.
If you have any ideas, absolutely you can pitch it.
Is there any way?
Just to put it out of anyone's head now. Remember, they are pocket dimensions, so you cannot put them inside of each other.
I was thinking about it already.
Otherwise, you're going to lose
Oh.
everything inside of them and potentially yourselves to the astral plane. What were you saying, Ash?
I was just wondering if there's any way, like, Mustang could provide any help to help those who need to hide their vassalship tokens and look like they're struggling.
Newton.
Besides the help action, no.
Rictus, not that it'll help much, but you do have the talisman.
Oh yeah, I do.
If you'd like to give your help action to Rictus, I will allow it, even though you already rolled, just because I was in the middle of explaining things, so there is some leeway. So if you want, you can do that.
Yeah, he'll try and help Rictus by smudging like black coal all over the token.
That sure. Yeah, no. That will help hide it. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll again, Rictus. A slightly higher DC now.
A little bit better.
Cool.
Cool.
You smudge the token, and you try and blend it into Rictus's kind of darker browns and kind of darker clothing in general, and it's smudged. We'll see how far that helps. But as you're all kind of going about stashing them away and trying to connect them to yourselves, you can see Cyrus goes, whenever you're ready, just let me know. I can take you there. But I will warn you, at one point, I am going to have to blindfold you. But I will wait to do that until we are close, so you don't end up blindly robbed. Or kidnapped.
Well, that sounds like great fun.
It's typical precaution. You don't normally bring outsiders to a hidden facility on their first time being here. However, I think you are at least useful for work, and they might find you all have a very particular set of skills, and that might come in handy soon. So there's not a whole lot of trust to be had in strangers for now. Are we all right? All set? Ready to go?
Yeah, let's get this over with.
Okay. Follow me. And she begins to lead you into town. The architecture here is, again, vastly different than Paradise Peak. And mainly any towns that you'll see on any islands. Of course, dwellers themselves are a irregularity. They have cities built into the ships already that are traveling. However, the walls of Port Cliff have buildings carved into them, jutting out. It is built into the actual mountain itself. And as you are walking into the enormous cavern that makes up this city, you can see that it is just an oddly beautiful sight of natural light peeking in from the sunset behind you, and also the many firelights coming from the buildings both above and kind of built into the walls around you, and opposed to the very like lantern street lit kind of mood that you've been dealing with on Paradise Peak for about a month now. Um, this is all far more natural. It's not anywhere close to druidic natural or any kind of inner peace with nature, but it just seems to be a change in pace for most of you. As you continue into the inner city, you can see there's not too many odd structures that catch your eye besides the, of course, general building style. You see there's markets that you walk through that have an overabundance of wares to be sold. It looks like there is the preparation for the Harvest Festival is roaring to go. There's people setting up stands that have just boxes and crates and massive amounts of varieties of food that you've never even seen before set up. You can see that the textiles here have a lot more like kind of open and frilled variety, as the general weather and climate here, you're going to be dealing with a whole lot more damp and cold, kind of cold and windy environment, opposed to Paradise Peak's more warm and tropical. So they're frilled, long-sleeved, and there's a variety of coats and kind of long cloaks for sale. And as you are brought through the main thoroughfare, you can also see that there's a number of kind of criers. Not necessarily town criers, but you can see there are people who are offering their services as tour guides, bringing in some of the people who are here for the Harvest Festival. You can see couples being led around on a horse and cart. There is all different sorts of entertainers in the street as well. Between juggling, singing, dancing, there's all different sorts of talents and skills being portrayed. And it's kind of hard to see what Zyrus was talking about earlier, because none of what you are seeing is matching what you've been told. And as you continue on throughout the city, you can see that the guard population, or at least what Zyrus told you about the poppers, are all very short-handed as far as you can tell. You couldn't really go more than 200 feet in Paradise Peak without finding a guard. But here you're walking for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you're only seeing one or maybe two at most on a patrol. And all of them are in various different degrees of in shape. You can see there's some that are just these large, kind of older, portly individuals with kind of grizzled beards, and kind of this laid back attitude as they laugh with their friends. They walk through the streets, kind of holding tankards of ale and walking through crowds together. And there are others who are kind of like a little younger, a little scrawnier, a little probably newer to the force, as they kind of walk around. One passes by all of you and kind of gives a smile and a wave. Um, Unlike the more uniform and militaristic style of training, looks like Cyrus was being honest about that part as well. All of these guys look like normal people, kind of like just normal volunteer militia. They're everyday people, not necessarily awakened, not necessarily trained soldiers, just others who volunteered to make Port Cliff as safe as possible. And you find yourselves walking for about 30 minutes to maybe 40 before you meet a town square, kind of a large intersection where you can see it splits off into 4 different ways. And Xyrus takes you north, kind of turning to the right path. And after about another 10 minutes of walking, you can now see you're in a different part of town. Before you're in kind of like the marketplace, going through the main kind of general for sale and all of these pop-up stands where people were selling anything and everything they could. Now you're getting to a little bit more of the inner city where there are now businesses with signs set up, and you have a little nicer buildings. Some actual houses can be seen opposed to the kind of cliff face houses you were seeing before. And you get to a point where the road becomes kind of smaller and smaller, thinner and thinner, and you get further away from the main town. As you push north further and get to a point where there is another intersection, smaller, only splitting off into freeways. Xyrus kind of pulls you all to the side of a building, where you can see kind of this cool stone that you're pressed up against. Doesn't really hide you from anyone, but she just kind of draws you all in close enough that you can hear her as a small crowd passes by. And she goes, "All right, we are near. The invitation is right around the corner. I highly ask that all of you try and act as natural as possible, hold on to each other's hands, and try and form a small group or a line anywhere in between. Understood?"
You want us to hold hands?
Otherwise,
I'm
you
a little
won't
lost.
be able to see. And she pulls out of her bag a number of blindfolds. I wasn't joking.
All right.
I've done weird as shit.
Yeah.
Does everyone put one on?
Mhm.
Yes. Yep.
You're
Veridon.
It,
All of you don your blindfolds. And as you all put them on, you can see these are not thin pieces of cloth, nor kind of just any normal cloth-like material or wool or anything like that. These are pitch black. You cannot see jack shit through them. However, they are still not too large that they cover your entire face. And as you all put on blindfolds, you can feel Xyrus put cloaks on all of you as she pulls up the hood to kind of cover your faces to hide the obvious fact that it's a bunch of really weird looking individuals with blindfolds in the middle of the street on.
Quick question.
Sure.
Is she gonna cover my eye of robes? My robe of eyes?
She puts a cloak over it, yes.
Over the whole thing, okay.
You can attempt to try and see for it, if you will. Actually, let me go ahead and read that item. Eyes. We freaky for real. Let me see. Eyes on the robe. Although you can close and avert your own eyes, you are never considered doing so. Oh, yeah, no, that's terrifying. I would say
Must see everything.
that, well, no, because she's still putting a cloak over it. If you want, you can attempt to make a perception check at disadvantage to see where you're going. Because it would be trying to see through essentially like the small flap and opening in the cloak that would be left. Because there's a number of eyes, so you do have like multiple different angles that you can attempt to see out of.
I'll roll it. I'm like, she's not exactly. She doesn't have perception anyways, so it's gonna be.
Sure. 7.
At disadvantage, she gets 7, so.
You can see the floor that you're traveling on. Again, the cloak that she wrapped around, she kind of closely tied yours. You don't know if it's because she knows you have the robe of eyes, or just out of coincidence. But it's kind of hard to see out of the cloth material. And while some of the eyes are lower on the robe, low enough that you can see the floor, it's hard to make out kind of anything of note or importance. And as you are all cloaked, blindfolded, and I assume, are you guys gonna try and travel in a single file line, or are you gonna try and like group bubble it up by huddling together? It's up to you guys.
I'm
It's
in the
either
mood
you-
for some deja vu. I think we should walk in a line.
You can walk in a line, or you can penguin shuffle. You got 2 options.
Like walking in line might be best.
Typically, I'll hang at the back.
Reese would try to take front, given that she has at least she feels like she has some visibility over the others. She's gonna try to lead the way with her floor looking.
All of you make a single file line and begin to follow Zyrus. Reese, my question for you is, do you grab her hand with your normal hand or the new bone hand?
At any point did I see her inspect it or look at it with any distaste or otherwise?
Well, you're blindfolded, so no. But in your entire experience on the ship,
Yeah.
it doesn't look like she's bothered by it.
Yeah. She blindfolded her, she'll fucking take her with the bone hand.
Sure. It was just a matter of whether or not you would feel anything as the cold, bony grasp meets her own hand. You can't really feel shit because you don't got nerves there. But as you are led by her, you can feel yourselves, and especially Reese and Duradon, one who is trying to use the cloak of eyes to perceive their surroundings, and someone who is very aware of their natural surroundings, you can feel her leading you in a circle to try and confuse you in which direction you're actually going. And she does this for about 2 to 3 minutes before finally heading off. And you travel for what feels like longer than what it actually is. But after a few minutes, you hear a knock on cold iron, a few muttering of words, and you can hear a click and something rumble nearby, almost like stone moving. And you are all quickly ushered in. Zyrus steps aside and almost pushes Reese first, and you, because you have the robe of eyes, can semi-see your feet and surroundings, so you don't eat shit on the stairs. And because of that, the rest of you also don't eat shit on the stairs as you are pushed under in this kind of long chain of spiraling staircases. And you hear the sound of stone moving once again. And Cyrus kind of picks up the end. Kibble, you say you were on the end?
Yeah.
The very end of it? You can feel Cyrus just kind of put a hand on your shoulder as she leads you all down the staircase once more. After you get to the end, Father inflicting wounds. After you reach the end, Reese, you can feel the cloak and the blindfold being pulled off, and you see Cyrus just kind of stuffing all of the clothes and all of the blindfolds into her bag, which you can all now probably assume is a bag of holding, considering how much she pulled out of it without it looking stuffed to the brim. And you can also, you're in a what you assume to be a subterranean chamber. All of this kind of polished granite stone. Beautiful, kind of this beautiful like red decor of a mix of both curtains and these beautiful banners are set on the sides of the walls. The hallway itself, besides that, is pretty empty, and you can see there's two double doors ahead. And in front of the double doors, there is a stone pillar with a circular stone ball sitting on top of it, kind of directly in front of those, about 10 feet in front of it. As you're all decloaked and deblindfolded, Cyrus just goes, I already mentioned this previously, but again, remember, best behavior. Try and sell yourselves. Remember, you are a group of not only vassals, but you are a group of now mercenaries who don't necessarily have to have affiliation to anyone. Vassals are not hated here, I will state that. Many vassals can find work as easy as, or even easier than most mercenaries. But just don't say or do anything outwardly stupid. I feel like I need to hear a yes from someone, so I get some sort of feedback on this.
Yes, ma'am.
You got it.
Yes, sir.
Right.
She looks at Kipley.
Just thumbs up. Double thumbs up.
Also, if anyone tries to take anything, you will quickly find out that your hands are the price for doing so. So hands to yourself.
What if they try
Do
to
all
take
that,
it from
and
us?
you should be fine. I would very... I would... That's very unlikely. I'd be very concerned if they did.
Right. Good.
I have already sent ascending, so they know that I am coming. Unless all of a sudden new leadership has killed them within 2 days, and are expecting to ambush us, all is well.
Thanks, Iris.
Right. Of course, yes. I will ask, Duradon, take my right. I feel like hired muscle is a good display of stature. Show that we have our own wares to go around besides the casters, which your casters are appreciated, but she is a little bit of a, how do I say this?
A lush.
Martial fanatic. If you can swing a sword or a mace or hit something very hard in the head, you'll have her heart.
Mm.
So, all that being said, please go ahead and everyone put your hand on the stone in the center of the room. And you see she walks up and Jesus Christ, she walks up and waits for all of you to join her there.
Yeah, Kipling would walk up and do it, so.
Yeah, Rikus will follow.
As each of you steps within the radius of the small pillar, you feel this kind of like almost shudder go down your spine, and you watch as your clothes begin to ripple and shake, and all of the dirt and grime and sand and all of the excess water immediately begins to drip off of you and get pulled into the stone. As most of you who have been in the nicer parts of the cities recognize this as a cleansing stone.
Hmm.
And you see Cyrus just kind of puts her boot up onto the cleansing stone and it just kind of sucks all of the dirt and sand off of it. Repeats the process for the other one, goes, she also likes cleanliness, so.
Are we gonna have a problem?
And Mustang,
He's not touched the stone yet.
I was gonna ask, do you touch the stone?
No, he's been watching everyone. He senses something is afoot.
Cyrus kind of looks at you, looks at the stone. You're not going to get sucked into the stone. I don't think so.
You don't
That's
think
what you're
so?
thinking. It's a very commonplace magical item. If you've ever been in a city before, you've probably gone past one. And unless you were kidnapped by one in the past, you should be fine.
What?
I'll put my boots on it, but no more.
What does it do exactly?
It just cleanses of all dirt and grime and any excess bits of sludge. Anything that the prestidigitation spell would get rid of, and then some.
Throw it on.
Yeah.
You're gonna need to, you know. Just kind of
Jeez.
makes full body gestures towards it.
What?
She just kind of makes bigger gestures towards it.
That's the stone? Is that what you're trying to?
Yeah, you
where-
need
what?
you need
Where-
to like all over it.
The silence.
Kipley's just looking up at him innocently.
Does Duradon touch the stone?
Yeah. Duradon touches the stone, but he like, yeah.
I mean, despite Duradon being Duradon, I don't think he's that dirty. So it's not like a wave of dirt shakes off of him. You do see there, as you touch it, there is a noticeable relief in the air for those around Duradon, as that kind of sailory sweat scent fades away. Because working out on a ship without having any clean water in the vicinity, not the greatest fragrant, but it just kind of evaporates as you touch the stone. And everyone touched it except for Mustang. So
He'll touch it with his boots, but that's it.
you touch it with your boot.
Yeah.
You slap your boot on there. Whole bunch of dust immediately gets sucked off, and you can see the kind of, oh, how do I say this? As you touch it, the longer that it's on there, you can feel just a little bit of the smoke, not getting pulled in, but you can feel that your feet, especially now that it's on there, begin to solidify a little bit more. And like it's not uncommon that your body solidifies. You know, when you are hit, your body does have coal-like complexion inside of it. You're not full smoke. But like the longer that you leave it on there, the more physical presence you can feel inside of your boot.
Yeah, I don't like that. So he'll quickly do both of his shoes and take a few steps away from the orb and kind of cross his arm and give it the side eye.
Go ahead and make me an Arcana check. I know you're not good at those, but just on a whim, see if you can get it.
13?
13? Nah, you don't know what would happen if you kept on there. Again, it's a common magical item. It's not anything insane, but funny enough, because of Mustang's background, you probably haven't seen too many.
No, he hasn't.
So you wouldn't really know too much of how they work. So you all gather by the double doors. Cyrus, you can see, kind of takes a deep breath, and it looks like she's kind of muttering to herself while she's waiting for all of you to catch up to her. And she looks to Durdan and goes, "All right, are you ready? Talking, walking wall of muscle?"
I'm more than my muscles, but sure, yes.
He's
No,
also
but
very
just
clean.
remember, of course we all are, just remember, if the madam shows any signs of interest in you, even if you don't feel like actively following up on any of those signs or having any further interactions with those, maybe just smile and go with it for now. She really likes the martial variety, so I feel like you are just a beaming beacon of potential for a partnership, not work partnership.
The more you describe this person, the more it feels like maybe socially she needs to take classes.
I'm sorry?
If your disclaimer to me is that she effectively, it sounds like she fetishizes like the martial class.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely, that's what I'm telling you.
What, like, should we be worried?
No, she's never acted on anything before. She invited me to her chambers twice, perhaps, but she doesn't like force herself on you or anything. It's just she just likes to admire them like a fine wine. She is a woman of specific tastes, and I cannot go into any further detail. Just don't be weird about it.
I feel like she makes it weird, but
No,
sure.
she will stare, and she will smile, and she may wink, but I don't think she'll do anything outside of that. Unless it's a full moon, then I cannot state anything. All right. Hop 2. And you see Xyrus knocks on the door 3 times, and the door is opened. You see there is a large, it's kind of like large, furred, excuse me as I'm dying. There's this large kind of like furred, looking humanoid behind the door that not any of you recognize. It looks kind of like a Leonin, but it has a polar bear snout, and the body mass of this creature is technically large-sized. It is wearing a suit and tie, and it looks like it is intelligent, and it smiles at you and waves as you walk by. But it is just... You kind of can immediately understand what Xyrus was saying, as that is the greeter at the door as you walk by and start going down the steps, you see the inside of what looks like to be a lounge, and a gorgeous one at that. You can see there's all sorts of different like card tables, poker tables, these like very large booths and beautiful chairs, all set up around a massive bar. There's a stage where performers are currently singing. And you can see in the very back, there's this kind of like small pool, a very low kind of like, not necessarily pool, but just kind of stagnant bit of water that's ever so slightly shifting and flowing. And you can see there's two very large looking female individuals sitting in front of it. And it's also just a lot of people in here. This place is kind of packed. And as you begin making your way down the stairs, you all can see this place is far above the standard that you initially found in Port Cliff when you began to walk through it. And this is what it looks like. As you begin making your way down the stairs, go ahead. What's everyone's passive perceptions? I'll go off this again. Ooh, well, this is a member of who remembers. Rictus, Mammoth, and actually no, just Rictus and Mammoth. Go ahead and make me a history check.
And where's
Just begin walking down the stairs.
the north side, like the top of the stairs? Top of
You're
the
coming
map?
from the top right.
Okay, got
Yeah.
it.
9. Oh boy.
9.
Oh boy. Oh, 19. Okay, good. Rictus, as you look around and you're looking down into this kind of place full. This place is packed. It's massive. It would be very hard to just pick somebody out of the blue.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, as you're walking down the stairs, you are kind of surprised, because you do see that there is a familiar face down amongst the large quantity of people here. Which, by the way, the map is not accurately set up. There's way more people in this. I just didn't want to put a billion tokens, and I don't have unlimited Roll20 space, so I can't. But just imagine, it's far more packed than that. You know, imagination. As you're walking down the steps, you can see the same female figure that you once saw in a certain warehouse basement, where you met a large family that was a group of traveling vassals. As you see, Sylvia Huckins, of the bunch of Huckins, at one of the tables in the far corner of the room. And that, for everyone else's reference, is this wonderful lass right here. You see her boots are currently kicked up on a table, and she's currently just kind of sipping on a glass of, looks like to be wine. There's only like one other person at the table, and it looks like they're trying to have a conversation, but she's not listening. But as you're walking down and heading past, you can see the two large female bodyguards that are by the pool immediately look at you and begin tracking your movements as you're walking through the crowd. And they look at Xyrus and kind of narrow their eyes and look at you and look at Xyrus, look at you and look at Xyrus. And as you approach, see Xyrus just kind of nervously. They are here to see the madam. And you watch these two large, just, again, massive women. They're large-sized creatures. Duradon is 7 foot, 7'4", right?
Hold on.
Or I know it's ridiculously large. It's
seven.
how large?
7'1".
7'1"? Cool. These are 9 feet tall women. They are just ridiculously ripped. You can see the jackets and the coats that they're wearing, while they cover most of their body. You can see their muscle tone underneath it. And that shows that it's both kind of like semi-tight clothes, but also like they're just that swole. It shows. You see that as Cyrus approaches and says this, they both just kind of grunt and step to the sides. And you see the pool begin to kind of overflow for a moment, as water begins to rise up and kind of seep over the edges a little bit. And you watch as this massive, pale-skinned, white-haired, fully clothed woman begins to emerge from the pool. Massive smile on her face. Bless you. Massive smile on her face. You can see as she steps up and comes to her full height, it looks like she dwarves the size of her bodyguards. As she greets all of you with a big smile, you can see Cyrus takes a bow. Fully clothed, his description is wild. Well, she's in a pool. I had to specify. As she emerges, Cyrus immediately takes a deep bow, and kind of gives eyes at the rest of you, kind of gesturing for you to follow. And you hear this kind of semi-booming voice enter the room, as this little lady pops up, and you hear, well, isn't it my favorite drow? Cyrus, I'm a real captain. Oh, my captain. It has been too long, darling. Come here. Give me a hug. And you see Cyrus very sheepishly, arms at her side, kind of like a toddler who just threw up and has to go tell their parent. Kind of just shyly walks up to her, doesn't reach out her arms, just walks up to the water's edge, and you watch as this woman picks her up in one hand and holds her to her chest and just kind of squeezes her and like hugs her very tightly and walks to the water's edge, puts her down, and looks at the rest of you and goes, "Oh, and you brought friends? Well, aren't you gonna introduce me to these fine-looking individuals?" And you see Cyrus just goes, the six? This is Madame Borrelia. Madame Borrelia, this is the six. And she kind of gestures around at all of you. And the woman goes, the six. Ain't that a fun name? I do like myself some even numbers, but I also am curious. I've heard stories about you. Cyrus filled me in on a little bit of the trips you've been taking around Paradise Peak, and I am oh so curious about what a bunch of vassals will be doing here. To show her character art in a little more blown up way, I'll also post it here, and I'll post the spelling with Borrelia. There you go. And you do notice, as she addresses all of you, those of you with the most basic passive perceptions, maybe Reese doesn't pick up on it with passive of 13. Basically, everyone sees that she begins eyeing all of you very, unlike the militaristic manner you're used to with Cyrus when she interrogated all of you at first, or kind of the more patronizing tones when you're meeting with your sponsors for the first time. She looks at you all like she is window shopping for pastries. You can see she looks you head to toe, and she looks almost like she's looking for something with each of you. And she looks at Reese, looks at Rictus, stops and stares at Mustang for a little bit before immediately landing on Duradon with a big smile. Well, you are going to have to introduce yourselves first. Please, do grace me with your lovely names. Starting with you, big fella. What's your name?
Dur Duradon the Savage Hunter.
Duradon the Savage Hunter. What a title. Is that a family name, or is that a personal name that you like to be called?
Technically, it is my legal name and title because I was like 15 and didn't understand legal paperwork.
You changed your legal name when you were 15? Oh, that's the cutest. The Savage Hunter. Oh, I need to know the backstory about that. But first, what are the others? Looks around. You, little one, what's your name? She gestures towards Kipling.
Hi.
Oh, you're the sweetest little thing.
Kipley reaches forward and threads her hand into Doradon's, kind of hunched down, and she just, hello, I'm Coco. Chanelli.
Can you go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw, Kipling?
Buh.
Just buh.
Cool. You take 1 point of piercing damage as soon as you say my name is Coco. Without control of yourself, you immediately bite down on your own tongue, and you hear on the corner of the room a ding. Oh, I'm afraid that doesn't work here, darling. And I'm also insulted. I thought you all were coming in here looking to become friends. And your first instinct is to lie? What do you have to say for yourself?
Well, my first instinct's always to lie.
See, she smiles. Good answer. But a little more honesty will serve you better here. Coco.
She kind of tucks in a little bit at Duradon's side, almost like a child holding his hand.
What's your real name, darling?
Kipley.
Ripley. What a lovely little name for a lovely little lady. Turns down and goes, and what do we have here? Are my eyes? And she kind of like wipes some of the water out of her hair and out of her face and goes, are my eyes deceiving me, or is there a legitimate child in your group? Oh, Cyrus, I thought you were joking. Little one, what are you doing here?
I'm mostly here for ice cream.
You're here for ice cream?
Yeah, Mr. Hunter's gonna buy it for me.
Do you know where you are right now?
In general, but I don't remember the name.
Do you know why you're here right now?
We're making a stop on the way to some other place.
Oh, you're precious. What's your name, son?
Mammoth.
Mammoth?
Mm-hmm.
Like the woolly kind?
Yeah.
You are a bundle of interest. I'll get back to you later.
Alright.
Now, if I thought my eyes were deceiving me before, I must truly be going blind. Is there smoke with a hat on top? Or is that a hat with smoke underneath? Who are you and what are you, my friend?
My name is Mustang Strums, and he'll take off his hat and kind of give her a nod. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I do see myself as more of a smoke under a hat kind of a guy.
That is interesting. Mustang Strums. You see, she kind of lingers on you for a moment.
He'll wink.
Oh my. A little wink under that hat, too. You see her pale complexion blush ever so slightly. I think I've heard that name before. Again, we'll get to that later. How about you, my fine gnomish friend?
Rictus Nordrum the Seventh, and he'll kind of take a little bow.
Oh my! I did not know I was standing in front of nobility. And you see she does a fake half bow. Rictus Nordrum the Second. Oh, the seventh.
Yeah.
You don't happen to come from a line of Nordstrom, are you?
Yeah.
And she kind of gets not out of the pool, but she steps up to the very edge and just gets in your face. And her face is about the size of you. It is massive. And as
Takes
she
a
looks,
step back.
as she gets right up, she goes, "Huh. Your daddy. Does he have a big orange beard, frizzled hair, little curled mustache? Also Nordstrom.
You mean Nordrum?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't know. Is it Nordstrom or is it Nordstrom?
I mean, it's Nordrum. But yeah. And you can see his body language kind of relaxes. He doesn't look as tense.
Wow. Ain't that something?
How do you know my dad?
Y'all are just a walking book of history. Mustang Strums, Rictus Nordrum, and Duradon the Savage Hunter. Cyrus, you should have led with more details. These guys are a hook. I like them. We did business in the past. We'll get that later. How about you, my fine blue friend?
Um, looks around at all the others. I'm just Reese.
Just Reese. Nothing more.
That's just what I go by, I suppose, these days.
I don't see a whole lot of Vidalcan around these parts. Where are you from?
From over 100 years ago.
Oh, I didn't ask how old. I asked where you're from, girly.
Smiles a little bit and looks at her feet. I've just been all over.
Maybe the music is somehow getting over my soothing voice. She leans in real close. Where are you from, Reese? Got a last name attached to that?
My name's Risha Amos.
Risha Amos. Now we're getting somewhere. Was it that hard? Leans
was-
back.
Sired to a dweller by the name of Ursula.
Really? And she kind of smiles real wide. Huh. Ain't that something? Said 100 years ago, too. Turns her head back to the rest of you. So, what was your group called again? The Six? Lovely little name. What are you here for, the Six? Everyone comes with some intention or another. What's yours? Are you looking for gold? Perhaps information? Or maybe you're seeking power, people, names? Madam Borealia has plenty to offer. But I'm very curious in individuals' desires. As you see, that's what I built my business on. It's finding out what people need, people want, finding a way to give it to them. Isn't that right, Amarillo? Sees Irish just kind of nods. Yes, ma'am. Now, I assume you are here because you asked for some extra work while you were skipping through town. Am I right?
Yes.
Now, what would a bunch of vassals from Paradise Peak want to do here? What set of skills would you like to offer me?
I mean, it seems to vary. What kind of things do you have need of?
Oh, honey, I got hundreds of jobs that need to be filled. This place, all these buildings above, basically, this entire ward is all mine. And we have a lot of errands that need running, but I think you're looking for something maybe a little bigger. So I'll ask you again, what exactly are you looking to do? Because while we have some positions that are open and need filling, I don't think y'all look like exotic dancers to me. Unless you're willing to dip your toe in. And she looks towards Duradon.
I look. He looks over to the captain.
Cyrus?
Which, yeah, looks over to Cyrus. What vibe is she giving off? How should I respond to this?
She... Go ahead and give me an insight check with advantage because fucking eagle eye vision.
Ain't shit. Insight.
13. She's certainly not nodding her head yes or saying anything like that. She just kind of gives you a look. And... I don't know how to say this without just giving it away. She's not saying yes. She doesn't look like she's telling you approve or giving you a thumbs up or anything. She just kind of gives you that look when you hear something extremely out of pocket in like a normal friend group conversation. Someone just drops a bomb on the conversation. Everyone just kind of does the slow turn stare. She gives you a slow turn stare.
He's gonna be like, I'm terrible with like the flirtatious like social cues. I think that was one. I'm not sure.
Oh, honey. Talking's not required.
Oh, damn.
Reese shifts uncomfortably.
What does that mean? He just doesn't talk anymore.
Kippley.
On a side. What are your skill sets? How can I properly help to manage you? And what are you willing to do for me?
Well, I mean, we got muscles, magic, mammals, machines, mutations. You name it.
Muscles, magic, machines, and mutations. That is
Don't
a
forget mammals. And he's gonna
fun
look
little
at Mammoth.
line. And mammals, how could I ever forget? Is that y'all motto? That's adorable if it is.
If you'd like it to be.
We do have a few jobs that need to be done. How long y'all planning on staying in town for?
Just until after the festival.
Oh, only a few days, shame. Well, 2 days' time isn't a whole lot of time for work unless somehow you're extraordinarily efficient. There's a few to come to mind. One, if you're willing, that I think Cyrus over here would love to partake in. And she looks over and kind of puts her hand underneath Cyrus's chin to lift it up towards her and gives her a big smile. You know, this is y'all's first time to Portcliff, isn't it? I haven't heard of any of your names nor seen any of your faces within my walls before. So I think y'all deserve a proper tour. Come with me. And you watch as she steps out of the pool, just drenching wet. But as she steps out, you see two of those stone pillars with the stone balls up top immediately soak all of the water out of her clothes into the pillar. And as she steps out, she looks as presentable as can be. Um, and she begins to move to the side. You can see her bodyguards immediately begin just pushing people out of the way, making room for her as she heads off to the side, and leads you all with her to a side door, a side double door, in which look like they're made for a giant, as big as her. And she opens it, and it looks like an archway to a cathedral in terms of like human size representation. And it leads to a long hallway that you can see her heels click upon as she leads you all down about 2-minute walk. And you see halls again are that same kind of beautiful polished granite with the same red banners and curtains draped about. And you can see that as she opens the next set of double doors, it opens up into a massive stone cavern. Just like the many kind of cavernous buildings that you saw when you first entered Portcliff, this looks like it is a naturally occurring like open cave system that looks like it has been drilled and modified for what looks like to be a massive underground arena. And you can see there's hundreds of seats. Not all of them are currently all filled out, but you do see there is some people sitting and waiting. And these double doors lead to one of the kind of nicer balconies that overlook the entire stadium. And you can see, she goes, every couple of days, once or twice a week, mayhaps, we hold a little bit of a festival of our own. You see, entertainment in Portcliff is of our utmost priority. These are hard-working people who don't have much to grab their attention except for rock and stone. But the help of a few higher-up friends, we like to put together a little bit of a showing every now and then. And of course, for a good cause. And you see she gestures outward into the arena. And you can see that there is actively, it was kind of hard to see before, but it looks like there's people inside the ring at the moment. A kind of large framed tabaxi male, not unlike the tabaxi that you saw helping maneuver the ship in. Kind of loose blue robes. This like very lean and athletic tone. You can see he is kind of ducking in between various different columns and pillars. And looks like he's just attempting to hide from something. And I'll show you. All of you are in the upper left-hand box, kind of looking over the arena. And you can see that there is a number of people in the stands as well. They're just kind of talking amongst themselves, watching and oohing. And in the center, you do see the tabaxi male just kind of slowly walking around, just growling as close to the ground on all fours as they can. And you see she goes, well, since y'all are new here, probably don't know much about Portcliff, but I assume Captain Amarillo has filled you in on its pleasantries. Has she not?
I feel it was kind of vague. Honestly, I thought it maybe alluded to something else. This was not what I was expecting. But I sometimes
You
miss
see.
social cues.
You see, there is a number of rich elite who try and influence their power on certain members of society. And those typically end up being beast folk. They're not too keen on being on the same level as them. They think they're better. They think that they are second-class citizens, perhaps. And every now and then, they snatch them up from the streets or export them in from somewhere else, import them in from here and there, doing all kinds of dirty business. But Madame Borrelia provides an equal opportunity for everyone. And everyone happens to include some that you might be quite familiar with. You're all vassals, are you not? Oh, honey, you don't gotta lie about that.
I think so.
Well, I'm certain that you are all indebted to one sponsor or another. One from the Council of 11.
Hey, not me. No, thank you.
Rand. She turns to Osiris. And I thought you said all of them were vassals. Well, anywho. We have a deal set up with your little Paradise Peak. You see, not many people around these parts like to uphold certain morality. Not many people like to fight for what is right. But I'm a sympathizer, bit of a philanthropist, you could say. So, I created these ingenious displays to help raise money for a good cause. You see, your island sends pit fighters, bully boys, rogues, all different sorts of beefcakes to come fight in my arena. And, in return, I send 50% of the profits towards slave hunters. We find them, we kill them, and we set free those that we find. This is our little deal. And of course, in return, I have immunity to all of Paradise Peak's wonderful laws when I do visit, and confirmation that they will not impede my business here and elsewhere. If you would like to make a quick buck, we're going to be hosting one of these tomorrow night. I think you will really enjoy the main show. I've been told you can hold your own to a wonderful extent. And that is something I think the people of Port Cliff would be dying to see. If I'm correct, y'all were part of the, what are they calling it? Mimic Island event? Little run-in with the Monarch's kids.
fair. We had hope.
Oh, I know you did. It's rare for Dambala to go unmarked by our people. We like to keep tabs on them for the obvious reason. However, you survived. And more than that, some of you thrived. And she looks directly at Duradon. So I think this will be right up your alley. But in case 2,000 gold for each of you doesn't sound appetizing, I do have a separate protection detail that you might find interesting.
What are the like we need to survive and then we each get 2,000, or what? Is it to the death? What?
It's simple, dearie. I asked some of my friends in higher places to import some of the creatures that they've fought from this plane and others, and to help bring it here and keep it in a hungry and feverish enough state that it'll put on a good show for the audience. It'll just be you against monsters, that's it. We don't do human on human violence here. But I do have a deal. Every monster that you defeat, a slave is freed. It really helps the righteous kind come in here and feel much better about the money that they take. Especially him. She gestures down towards the tabaxi.
You want us to fight as a team or individually?
Oh, you can fight however you want, dearie. We can adjust who and what we send out depending on that. But I assume y'all fight together.
And you want us to do this for your people's entertainment?
Not just the people's entertainment, my dear. Do you know how much you would bring in? The six. The ones who survived a stomping by aberrations above? You would bring in the entire island. Fill in every single seat. And think about all that gold being put towards a good cause and into your pocket.
What if we have our own causes?
I'm sure you do. Just one fight. Well, a few fights. I'll give you some resting time in between. But it'd be only one night.
Sorry, I guess what I'm asking is, we're looking for information on two people in particular.
Now, if you like to exchange said prizes, and you find that gold doesn't suit your taste, information can be given out as well for rewards. I do like to know things, and do I know so many people as well.
So 2,000 to each of us. If we
2,000 or one favor. And that favor can be information, setting up meetings, whatever your little heart's desire, as long as it's within my power. Now, if for some reason that doesn't sound like it fits your taste, there is another protection job, as I mentioned previously. You all might not be from around here, but you might know about the Harvest Festival happening tomorrow night.
There's a festival?
Yes, darling. everybody is celebrating the abundance of crops, of good times, and cheery people. And some people, for one reason or another, believe it's about this time that certain numbers of awakened increase for one reason or another. And a bunch of awakened popping up at a festival can certainly be a problem. Cyrus can fill you more in on that one later, if you're interested. But I prefer a definite answer on, and she gestures down towards the fighting ring, on my little display. Because if it's yes, I have to start getting paperwork signed immediately, and I have to get word spread as soon as possible.
What would be the payoff for the other one? Just so we can do pros and cons.
For that, well, it would be for a whole night. You would be patrolling a little bit for me, so I would say 750 gold each.
And for the arena, it's 2,000 gold each? Or a favor each?
You got that right, little lady.
Think of all the slaves we could free, guys.
Exactly. Half of the profit being put towards a good cause. And you could even gain some favor with the sponsors.
How so?
Well, you're looking at one right now. She gestures down into the arena again. He comes here just about every month. Holds the highest record of slaves freed in all of Portcliff. What's he's up to now, Jim? And you see apparating at her side this kind of small, slender-looking impish figure wearing a tiny tuxedo with this little black tie. Look up and go, I believe after this match, 89? 89. Round it up to 90, that sounds better for the post. But yes, sponsors and vassals alike come on down for not only some exhilarating cage matches, but for the good cause.
Well, that sounds exhilarating. Which sponsor is it that you mentioned?
Oh, well, if you agree to it, I would give you a personal introduction.
Right. Could we talk about it for a second?
I'll give you a minute.
Alright,
Come now, Jimbo.
okay.
She kind of scratches the imp's chin and she walks out and leaves you on the balcony with Cyrus. You do see that there is a number of other people obviously still in the arena, but you see in the other boxes, there is a number of what you assume, as they are dressed in the same as the polar bear bodyguard, of other guards that are keeping an eye on you. You think they're out of earshot.
Right, okay guys, I feel like doing the arena thing is going to get us the biggest benefits, but I also feel like obviously that's going to be a bigger risk. Possibly one of us could die at risk. So I think this needs to be a vote on what we do.
I'm for fighting.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, think about all the slaves. Definitely not 2,000 gold.
Reese looks the woman. If one of us dies, can one use a favor to revive these people?
She
be able
left.
to- Oh, she left.
Yeah, she said she can talk amongst yourselves. But you do see Zyrus goes, normally, Revivify is not something that is provided by the house, but I am sure I could potentially ask for a small advance, so I could purchase some diamonds to help you with that.
What the fuck did you do with the shit I gave you?
I still have it. But if multiple of you die in a multiple round tournament,
Oh, okay.
one vial of Sectrum's not going to be enough. I like to make sure I have all of my bases covered. And while you have paid me for 1 month, I have a strong feeling there's going to be more than 1 month. So I want to make sure the people who are going to continuously be paying me, and I want to be clear, I would like to be fighting with you so I get my cut as well, because 2,000 gold is 2,000 gold. I would like to make sure those people stay alive.
Have you ever seen one of these fights before?
Yes, many.
What kind of monsters do they send out?
What kind of monsters have you seen?
I don't know.
List me any.
Well, alright, humans are possibly the worst.
Okay, morality aside, I was simply making a point of they don't use commonplace beasts because it draws in more attention and more money if they are from outer planes, from different parts of this plane. Any monster that you think you have seen or heard about, they grab the one that you didn't hear or even know existed.
Do they...
The only one that I have seen that I knew about was a Hydra. But that one was different than others.
So... Just so I understand, they capture monsters across the plains.
Oh, they don't capture them.
Who does?
She gestures to you.
I didn't.
Take 2 seconds to think about it.
I think she means vassals.
Ding, ding, ding.
Well, I don't really like being just lump summed into this general, you know.
Well, you are. As am I. As are most of you. She says that while looking at Mustang.
Yep. Pick your battles, Kipley. This ain't the one.
Alright, so these monsters are brought in and they fight to the death to free slave. This feels fucking bad. Really, really bad.
It's because it is. But 2,000 gold is 2,000 gold. And there's some freed slaves here or there. Usually we do it and no one gets freed, so... Net positive.
And some information that we get here could be well worth it too.
Exactly what I was going to say. Portcliff is not the greatest city, nor is it the greatest island, nor is it the greatest people. But despite her energetic and large personality, Madame Borrelia is one of the few people who genuinely cares about its citizens. Even if she does it while also benefiting from multiple businesses that are certainly not legal elsewhere, she does help people. In the same way she has helped many people before. That's why I asked about morals and what you were willing to do. Because technically, I believe this is a good thing. I think this is probably the best thing that you will find for miles to come.
I mean, I've done worse. Could do worse. Be nice to do some good.
Now, if you are not willing to do that, the protection detail that she was mentioning earlier is a bit more complex. Requires a little bit more of a background for why it's necessary. The rumor of people awakening around the Harvest Festival is partially true. Unknown why. However, it is not necessarily a good thing. Every year, and I only know this because I was hired many times for the past 30 or so years, a little further back than that. Vassals, mercenaries, swords for hires like yourselves are brought in to Portcliff. Some without ever knowing they're working for Madame Borrelia, so you should be... I'm not saying this in a you owe me manner, but I am saying this so you recognize it. You should be very thankful of your position and that you found me first. Some are brought in as protectors because certain creatures feast on recently awakened beings. For example, Duradon, what age did you awaken? If you remember.
He thinks for a moment and calls to the voice in his head. How old was I when I killed you? Or quote unquote killed you?
It was quite some time ago. I believe 13? I think
Sounds about
13.
right. 13, I think.
Wonderful. So that's 13 years of life that you went through that you were not awakened. The best example that I can give for this type of creature is, for 13 years, it could have been wrapped around your neck, choking you, eating you, doing anything to you, and you would not know it. In the same way that none of you would have seen it before you awakened, in the same way I never even knew they existed until I awakened. Normal people cannot see them, only we can. And they love to feast upon recent awakens. And
So the
sadly-
festival.
Hmm?
So the festival draws these things.
Yes. And because of Portcliff's geographical location, we are right next to one of their hives, if you can so say. I don't really know what to call it. Hive, nest, whatever. But they are small creatures, rather easy to kill, but they come in large waves, in large groups, and they essentially both eat the soul and body of recent awakens to gain their power. It's what they feast off of. Normally, they're not a problem for people like you and me, but if they were to, let's say, bite into a recently awakened child, well, that child has but a day to live. So, protection agencies, again, vassals, anyone that they can find that's willing to fight for coin from afar is sent on patrol and are with the sole purpose of not causing panic or interrupting the festival, meant to protect them from the shadows, killing any monster that you see before it gets to any of the awakened. And you will know by their awakened because of the obvious orange glow, and most likely the crowd of people gathering around them, as they make it a big thing every time they see one. Any questions there? I know that was a lot.
Has there ever been... Is there a name? Do these creatures have a name?
Not from a species that we know of. People just call them leeches.
Have there been accounts where people who decide to perform in your arena, leeches end up showing up and...
They don't burrow this far underground.
Good enough.
We're a few 100 feet beneath the city at the moment, but they tend to fly in from the east, where the walls are open high enough that people won't see them if they cling to the ceiling, and drop down on unsuspecting victims.
What is the survival rate to a newly awakened and one of these leeches?
0. If they get bitten, they die. At least I haven't heard of one surviving before.
I guess the decision, guys, is between fighting for slaves or fighting for our kind.
Which I think, to make clear, I believe her prior statement about how efficient you are means you could technically do both. We're looking to maximize the amount of gold that you make and the amount of favors that you can get. Back to back would probably be the best.
When is the festival? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow evening.
And tonight?
The fight would be in the evening. The festival is tomorrow night.
So it's the same night.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking paperwork. Why couldn't we just do it tonight?
Because the entire point of the Harvest Festival is to bring in people's attention to the fighting pit. It is one of the biggest and most popular showings that Port Cliff has to offer. They narrate over it, people come far and wide to see it. It's a big thing.
What happens to the monsters if they win?
I don't often see them win, so I honestly couldn't tell you. At least I haven't seen any win in my time. Then again, I haven't seen that many fights. I assume they either get put back away or they are killed, depending on their threat. I'm not sure, though. I'm not that deep in the organization to know.
Which would you prefer?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I think doing both is the smartest idea. Do the fight, rest for an hour or so, pop out. Can split up in a few pairs to go around the city.
Sorry.
Make some extra money.
I guess I meant, which would you prefer? The monsters win? Or the others?
Oh, you're asking me if I want people to die?
No, I think you just answered it for me. It's fine.
I don't know if you're trying to get moral high ground over these people,
No.
but I want to make sure you understand. These are creatures that, if let into the wilds, would cause catastrophes. Some of these creatures are of apocalypse to cultures. They are not just kidnapping a random whale and putting it in an arena fight.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And they were pulled from the place they existed before, right?
How it was explained to me was any vassals that were working with Madame Borrelia and had a contract would be able to get paid a certain amount of gold if they brought back creatures alive that they had previously defeated from their journeys and in good enough condition.
So, Durdon, you up for another fight?
Coin is coin. I'm going to be so transparent with all of you. The slaves part, I would have done it before that. I don't know. I didn't need any moral convincing for either one of them. So both sound good to me.
Spoken like the true Savage Hunter.
Killing things for coin. It's in the title.
I'm not judging, I'm with it. This is probably one of the best places that I made my fortune. Well, not this fighting ring specifically, but working under Madame Borrelia.
Well, are we settled then? Any objections to fighting in this ring? Going once, going twice.
Kibbley doesn't
So-
look happy, but she just kind of goes with it.
Does Dordon see Kipley look unhappy, or is something she's trying to hide?
No, I mean, she's not trying to hide it. She's just kind of like crossing her arms and just she doesn't like it, but she's also not willing to let the group go down for it.
Dordon's going to telepathically connect to her. With this connection, you can reply telepathically as well. So, Chu. doesn't seem too happy about all of this.
Are you asking me this? Or telling me?
The what's up with you was a question. The you don't seem too happy about this was an observation.
I don't like killing things that are out of place. They didn't ask to be here. They're just doing their nature. They're not supposed to be here, but they are, because we pulled them here, and now we're just slaughtering them for what, entertainment? I don't like it.
People, can I ask you a question? Another question. I feel like asking to ask you a question was a question in itself. Anyway, why did you become a vassal?
She looks a little uncomfortable for a moment. I want to try and do better.
What do you mean by do better?
I've not had the best track record. I'm tired of seeing the shitty things this world has to offer, and I wanted to preserve the things I saw that were good in it. Do I think monsters are good? No, not necessarily. But it's also... Look... It's... I've read once... You haven't learned anything until you learn monsters have nightmares too. They didn't choose to be here.
So your kind of stance on this is that monsters are more like us than, they're just trying to survive like we are most times. And we have more in common with them than, our nature and hunting of them would allow us to see, right?
I suppose I'm not the best judge of all of them. No, you're right. I can't speak for all of them.
I mean, hey, you believe what you believe. I'm not saying you're wrong. And I don't think that's the point of this. If you want and wanted to do good, like you said, you want to change some things. I mean, you could have been a guard. You could have worked in an orphanage. taking a manual labor role to strengthen your community, become a teacher, provide some type of skill, but you chose to be a vassal for some reason. What made the power of a vassal, or the what made being a vassal more appealing than the other ways to kind of help your help change the world? The any other way?
I want to break them all. Everyone that thinks they have a right to tell us what we do. I want to break their comforts and shatter their shelters. I want them to feel what we feel.
Good. Didn't you understand maybe that to get to that point, you gotta play the game the way they design it. And enjoy it. Because the lessons there, the things they teach you, the growth that comes from it, it all builds towards what you want to do. You want to break, you want to, uproot and make them feel. This is all part of the process. Also, it's pretty fucked up. Pretty dope. Pretty fucked up. That's what being a vessel is. Choosing the most fucked up way to make the change that you want to make. Whether for yourself or some other positive bullshit reason you decide to come up with for yourself. Not that it's bullshit, but for any justification you find for yourself, it's nevertheless the fucked up way of doing it. So, cheer up. Go have fun. You start killing, you start spilling the blood, and you'll, that invigorating feeling, that power rush you get. Just imagine it's those people you want to teach a lesson to. Eventually, one day, it will be them.
You smell weird.
Good weird, bad weird, I don't know.
It's not your usual smell.
That, Kipley, I think is the musk of after training. The stone kind of partially being I hadn't worked out again yet, so is it at least more pleasant or Does it make you feel uncomfortable? I don't know how to respond to that.
I think the big lady wants to do weird things to you. You might want to tone it down a bit. Unless you're into that, you might be.
Mean.
Shit, you
Kinda,
are,
but-
aren't you?
No, well,
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
are.
It feels.
You are. Your
It
pupils
fe-
just completely flooded wide.
It feels weird in like a not bad way. I don't know that I've ever processed like someone that was stronger than me and like it wasn't trying to kill me. And so this is like new territory, I think, and I'm processing it
Well.
just as time passes.
I mean, Mammoth took you down.
That's different. He's one, a kid. Two, he's mammoth. Three, there were like 3 people. So it wasn't like a thing.
She kind of pats your arm a bit. Sure thing. Also, we've been having this conversation in our heads and everyone else is just kind of staring at
Oh
us.
yeah. Anyone who's not in their heads, any conversation between y'all? And there doesn't
I
have
was
to be.
just sort of waiting for Duradon to make a decision if he wanted to fight, but he kind of said that he would, so it'd be that. That would be that.
Mustang will lean over to his boys, Rictus and Mammoth.
His
boys. The boys. And he's gonna kind of gesture with his head to Kipley and Duradon and be like, "You think they're having a staring contest?"
I think I've seen them both blink quite a few times. So.
Maybe there's multiple rounds. What was that, Mammoth?
Who do you think would win?
Kipley. She's got that strangeness about her that Duradon doesn't have. Strangeness that wins you an staring contest. Wow.
So strange you can't even speak. Oh, sorry, I'm not part of
Yes.
this.
It's throwing me off. Her odd vibes.
Oh, don't get me started.
What do you think?
Oh, I think Campley. Yeah.
Glad we can all agree. I like that about us. And now Mustang's he's just kind of staring at Kipley and Duradon, kind of counting each time one of them blinks to tally up and see who the winner is.
Should we roll for eye
Deception?
wettening?
What are you doing? Oh, for
Who
fucking
blinks the most?
blinking? No, give me rollies. Roll d20s.
Oh.
Or roll off. Whoever gets the lowest blinks
Oh,
first.
man.
11? Okay, gotta be an 11, Duradon. 14. You stare. Kipley, you look over at them staring at you. And because this conversation is like in your head, you're dealing with voices in your head, as well as you can still hear what's going on around you. And you just catch a hint of Mustang calling you weird and saying you've got that weird vibe about you. And you kind of do the irritated blink, not thinking about it. And then you're wondering why you're even doing a blinking contest at all, because this wasn't what you were doing to begin with. And Durdon, you're just not blinking. You're just staring off into the fucking distance, disassociating.
So group vote.
Well, it sounds like everybody's just wanting to do both. Almost
Well,
everybody.
Maybe we ought to do the fight first and then see how we feel about the second one. Who knows what's gonna happen?
I don't think it will work like that.
Okay, fine, then we'll do both.
I'm just saying that is not how business is done. You either say you're doing something and then you do it, or you say you're not doing something.
I might sneeze again.
Thank you for the update.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no response.
It just seemed like the optimum time to say that.
No,
I didn't know if this
like
was
how
in
you-
character or out of character.
Yeah, I know, I know. I
I
like how
wish
you
it could've
broke
been.
in right afterward, and it could have been either, and that was so well timed.
Suddenly, she sneezes and her bone armor comes out.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Oliver comes shooting out of her nose.
She's
Like a
got
Gonna do
massive
more than 2
booger.
uses per day.
Oh my god, that would be funny.
Reese would just say that she'll fight. There's information that she needs, so. Or a favor about or otherwise. You don't have to fight with us, Kipley, but I think I'll do it.
Oh no, I'm with all of you. I'll do whatever the group needs.
I think we need some diamonds.
Or Sectrum.
Oh, Sectrum. Whatever's in higher supply around here.
Honestly, in Portcliff, probably either or. Everyone's bringing in wares for the Harvest Festival, so you'll probably find an abundance of both.
Maybe I want some diamonds then.
I would just be careful. Diamonds are a lot more sparkly and shiny than Sectrum is.
I thought people weren't gonna steal from us.
Why would they not steal from you?
Mm.
No, they won't steal from you. Inside, here, outside. All is fair and fucked up
Love
and
it.
war. I'm sorry, you were saying love and what?
Nothing. Never mind. You said all is fair. All is fair.
All is fair and fucked up in war. That's the normal expression.
Oh, I see. I had heard different.
Oh, what's the expression you heard?
All is fair in love and war.
Why would there be love in war? War's never
If you
about love.
love
It's just
love
always
so
about
much-
gold.
And love and war. All is fair in love and war.
Yeah, no, I don't see that.
Have you ever loved a person for something other than their ability to satisfy your desires and plots and ploys?
I don't necessarily feel like, one, that's a question you would normally ask of someone. Two, no. Again, we come
that's
from
right.
very different cultures. My brother was eaten by my other brother.
Oh.
So, love is not exactly something that this is a deeper conversation that is not work appropriate, so we can move on.
That was a pretty deep question. Surprisingly deep. Are you a lover and a fighter, Durdan?
Yeah, I mean, you lose your entire, people. You kind of understand what you're missing out on, and that, and I got the passive emotional boost from the druid that I killed. So kind of like his perception of emotions and kind of things like that. I've picked up on.
Which, by the way, Duradon, you don't have to keep referring to me as the druid I killed. I have repeatedly told you my name for the past... has it been now? 12? Another additional 13 years? I've
How
lost
many of-
track
I mean-
of time.
How many of us have people on our heads?
Well, let's see. One, two... Oh my god, wow, a lot of you. Yeah, you guys made some fucked up characters.
I don't want to say your name because if somebody knows you and then like I gotta deal with like
Duradon,
you've killed
my
someone
people are
important.
dead. Your people are dead. That's the extent of people that knew me. If someone else
Shit.
knows my name, be concerned. Greatly.
So what you're saying is you weren't that guy in life.
I was that
damn.
guy of the island that... Okay, first off, I will have a detailed conversation with you about proper etiquette and manners when talking to the person who helped save your life. Again, I could have just killed you. Let's have this be clear. In terms of your slang of being that guy, I could have wiped out your entire people and then done it again after taking a shit. So me allowing you to do this therefore makes me that guy. Which I hate saying, but I will because I know you won't understand anything else. We were on an isolated piece of land away from everything and anyone. So if anyone knew what was happening there, I would be surprised. Understand? We good? You just stop calling me as the druid that you killed? Or are we gonna have this conversation 10 more times? Alright, well, be prepared for this, because this is gonna keep happening. I'm gonna make it worse every time.
But it's awesome because like you're pretty. It's always fun to like rile you up like that. Like I know and I understand, but like we're stuck together and
See, when you get older,
it's fun.
you will grow into me and understand how much I've come to regret my decision.
Me, like you're hella old. I don't know that.
Okay. Druids
Yeah.
age differently. Hella old is not how you talk to your elders, boy. And Duradon's just having this conversation in his head. Are you saying
Yeah,
this out loud? Are you saying the responses out loud? Or are you keeping it in your head again?
Yeah, I'm saying the responses out loud.
So you guys just hear the one side of the conversation.
I think I've seen this before.
I'm genuinely concerned for how many people in your group have some sort of mental issue. I don't mean mental issue as in like problems. I mean you talk out loud or talk with each other in your head or have voices in your head. It's just concerning. Like normally there's one out of the group and you know which one it is, but you all have... Oof. Yeah. Remember when I asked about a raise? I think I need a raise. I think I want to bring that point up again.
For all raise inquiries, I think you should refer to Mustang.
I didn't realize we had an accountant in the group. Sure. I was making a light-hearted joke, but apparently the room fell silent. Well, okay. And you hear the door creak open behind you. And you see Madame Borrelia, standing behind you. Big smile on her face, goes, well, as far as I can tell, it seems you're in
Yeah, that would be a correct observation. That's brilliant.
Are you taking both jobs on then? Protection and the fighting pit?
Any objections?
No objections there.
That sounds like a no. You know, as they say in Elvish, porque no los dos.
No. Stop. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. No. For those of you who don't know, one of my players in my Monday campaign made it canon that Elvish is Spanish,
That's perfect.
and I hate it.
It's fucking awesome.
For a moment there, I thought she actually was doing like a play on Dora, and then I was waiting for like
Oh.
the actual Dora voice.
Oh my god.
I love
Can you do
it.
the Dora voice, Ash?
No.
You
no.
insulted yourself. No, weirdo. God.
You
Dora's
do
beneath
Borat,
my pay
but
grade.
not Dora.
No.
I'll do my wife, but not Dora.
My wife.
My wife. My wife. Boots. Oh. So, fuck, I forgot what I just said. God damn it. What'd you last say, Mustang? I think you
I said, as they
reset
say
my
in
brain.
Elvish, porque no los dos.
I don't think you know how to speak Elvish. That's not canon here. And I'm not allowing that to be canon.
Yeah, you're right. I don't speak Elvish. I was just guessing.
No. Oh, all right then. Well, I will have your rewards ready for you afterwards, and I do wish you the best of luck. If you would like, since you agreed to do both for me, and since he's already here, I did say that you could meet him. Why don't you go down to the stands and watch the rest of the match? I'm sure that the two sponsors here would be very happy to meet you and hear that you're fighting for the freedom of others.
Right then? To the stands! And he's gonna start marching in the random direction.
There is nowhere to march. There's only one door.
No, march in that direction then.
You're all escorted down to the stands by Jimbo, the imp, and you can see Mount Brilliant stays in the balcony seats above. And when she says the stands, you are put by one of the gates, which is not unlike what you did for your original vassalship tournament. And honestly, it kind of brings you guys back to some of the memories of that. As you are kind of waiting inside one of the caged doors that leads to the inside of the arena, you get a much closer look at the action. And you can see inside the cage, you can see that the tabaxi is currently not within eyesight, and you can hear the rapid clanging, like this rapid picking up pace of almost sounds like metal on stone. And those of you who have actually, I think majority of you except for Reese, sorry Reese, but those of you who have a decent passive perception can see a blur pass by the cage, by the gate. And that blur happens to have the same yellow and bluish hues as before. And Duradon and Rictus specifically can see a little clearer as the image flashes by, and you see the tabaxi move at a speed that is astounding. You guys have both been on a ship before. You guys have both seen fast-moving people before, and you've also seen people teleport before as well. Because both of you have a 20 or above, and because Duradon, you have the eagle, totem of the eagle, aspect of the eagle, it allows you to see things from a mile away, and you have a lot more clear vision of detail. Both of you go ahead and make me perception checks with advantage. (24 and a 13), cool. So Duradon, as someone who is more based off of movement, you follow him, and you can follow the blur of the tabaxi as it goes around, and you are keeping pace with him, like you are eagle eyes zoned in and following him as he begins to lap around to the arena. But you're not focused on the speed, you're focused on just tracking and keeping your eyes on him. Rictus, on the other hand, I said I was gonna sneeze, and I did. Keep my word. # goals. Fuck you. God damn it, that made me laugh. God bless you. Rictus, however, as someone who has not only built contraptions that can move faster than normal people, and has also, again, been witness to these fast-moving vehicles from Paradise Peak and from Dwellers, you estimate that in the current moment, he is moving not per 6 seconds, per second, 120 feet.
Jeez.
And moving around the arena, you can see wind beginning to get picked up, and some dirt and dust beginning to get flown and flung around all the place. And the small crowd that is gathered above begins to chant. You can just hear them getting all excited and ramped up. And you can see he's getting faster and faster with each lap. And it's not, you don't see him attacking during this spot. You just see him running around in the circle as this large beast on the inside, this massive, what appears to be like hellish, like hound, is just slowly stalking and like looking like it's ready to jump but can't quite find the position to do so. You watch as he jumps and leaps from one side of the arena to the other, and almost like a crouched cat just before it's about to make a large leap, goes on all fours and extends his arms, extends his claws outward, and you watch as he goes straight through the Hellhound in not even one punch, just propels his body through it, covered in gore coming out on the other side. Creature immediately falls dead, and you can see the crowd begins to roar in applause. Also, he was fighting during the entire time of that prior conversation, and you can see just blood, wounds, scars all across his body, just rapidly bleeding out. And you watch as he stops running and takes a second and just begins to like kneel down and take a breath. And while he's taking a breath, a large kind of almost gorilla-like creature, seemingly coming out of invisibility, falls off of one of the other pillars, looks like it's going to land on him. And in that moment, almost like time stops for a moment, you hear a singular sound, a single clap throughout the arena. And as the clap echoes and you see the tabaxi slam his paws together, in the spot that he was standing, you instead see a flaming red, kind of yellowish detailed feathers Aarakocra. and you watch as the Bulgara makes impact with that creature instead, catches flame, and disintegrates. And the crowd goes silent as a long pause kind of covers the arena before applause once again. Everyone claps, cheering, screaming, and you just hear the entire arena going, Jim, 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 Quinn, 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 Quinn. The arena erupts, and it appears for the moment the battle is over. As the Aarakocra just kind of dusts himself off, you can see he kind of looks around at just corpses upon corpses. Numbers of imps, all sorts of hellish creatures. You can see minor devils, spiked devils, thorn devils, all kinds of fiends slain and just thrown about the arena. You watch as he begins to walk towards the gate at which you're all standing. And the gate slowly begins to rise. He looks puzzled at the group of 6 individuals waiting for him on the other side. Well, howdy. How can I help you, fine gentlemen and ladies?
Well, I think we were hoping for an introduction, and he's gonna kind of glance over to where the lady of the arena is.
I see Madame Borrelia is not present. She left you guys to
Okay.
go down. But you see his iris kind of goes, it is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Quinn. These are the 6. They are a group of vassals under various different sponsors who have come to help in the Harvest Festival endeavors and are of keen renown on Paradise Peak. And you see Quinn kind of, fiery Aarakocra looks over all of you and goes, ain't that something? You're all, a lot of you, vassals, here to help the cause?
We're here.
Is that the end of the statement? You're just here?
Yeah, we're here.
Wonderful. Well, please introduce me. What are your names? I don't think I've had the pleasure of seeing any of you before, or at least none of your faces look familiar. Are you all new to being vassals?
Well, just to be clear, no one can lie in here, is that right?
You know. Didn't work before, but also that was a different room. You don't know if it's the entire place, or if it's in her presence. We don't know shit.
Hello. I'm Lisper.
Lisper? Is that what you said? This is Dom asking, is that what you said? Yeah. Don't see, yeah. Oh my god. Lisper. Pleasure. You know, I don't know why. Okay, let me preface this. I got stuck in the British voice. Dominant mental reset. All right, let me preface this. were you told that you could come down and talk with? I feel like you seem like you're forcing this for some reason. I'm a little confused.
The lady in the big hat offered us the chance to make a bunch of money by coming down here to fight for freedom, apparently.
Right, why are you here this second? Is it
Oh,
because you wanted to meet me?
I don't know.
Because-
She brought us down here.
Well,
Do-
Go ahead and make me a deception check. First one was an obvious lie that his passive perception alone. Actually, go ahead and make deception checks for both. Actually, for the first one, okay, wow. You go ahead and roll it. Actually, see, meets it beats it normally rules, but I just kind of want to do rollies.
Yeah.
I
You're
almost said
good.
you could do rollies for it.
Go for it.
For the first roll of deception check, when you call yourself Lisper, he rolled a 24 on insight.
Yeah.
Do you want to attempt rollies, or do you want to let it meets it beats it?
Oh, it's fine. I'm fine with him beating it.
Okay. I would have allowed it, because that was just funny. It was funny how close you got, because he's a plus 12 to insight. So it was not fair, but that was fucking insane. Maybe one more for the second part.
No.
14. I'll roll this one public, so you can see if he ethically fails by getting a 1.
I mean, it has to roll like a 1 or 2.
Yeah, no, he literally had to roll 1, 2. Because, fucking idiot. Cool, right. Okay. I can just introduce myself, and we can go from there. I have never heard of any of you before, so I assume you guys are new to becoming vassals. And I was not there for this recent vassalship tournament. So I assume that's where you all partook, or at least most of you partook. My name is Jim Timothy Quinn. I am a sponsor. I am also a captain, and as you can tell, I do both work on the upside and low. Oh, and my partner is Broken Chain, the tabaxi you saw earlier.
Jim Timothy Quinn.
Jim Timothy Quinn. My
Oh,
friends
I'm
call me
sorry.
Quinn.
I'm sorry.
I'll post his art there. And I'll let him speak for himself. And you see Jim claps, and in a flash, the feathers turn to fur, and you see the previous tabaxi that was running around the arena. Fur that was previously covered in blood and wounds and just kind of soaked in the hellfire viscera that he went through, now seems to be almost perfectly fine. Goes, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am a Broken Chain. Are you all aspiring vassals as well?"
We're vassals.
You're already vassals. Oh, my apologies. We met some aspiring vassals earlier today. I didn't know if this was a kind of meet and greet. You are all working under the madam then?
Brelia.
Madam Borrelia, yes. Most people just call it the madam.
Oh. I think so. I think that's what happened. I think we accepted a job from her. Possibly two.
And you see he gets up in each of your faces and offers a handshake to each of you. I'm so happy to hear. I love when people put themselves towards bettering causes like this. And especially in this kind of climate and environment. Not many people like to come here because it is supposedly full of crime and evil doing, but With Madame Borelli's help and through our connections, I like to think that we are making a big difference here. It's good to see you are helping in ways that you can.
We're happy to help. What kind of difference are we helping in? Just so we understand.
Have she not told you of what she does here?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Please
Nope.
come.
We're good.
I can explain more, and we can have beverages, food. I'm starving. I've been fighting for 3 hours straight. Jimbo, what is my record up to? And you see the small imp just kind of apparates out of the air and goes, you're currently up to 80 freed individuals. Wonderful. Thank you, Jimbo. Please, give a bottle of champagne to the madam on my account. Yes, sir. Disappears. But let's go somewhere more private. And you see he begins walking down the kind of gladiatorial stairs back to the main room, where you can see there's small private side rooms in the same way that the double doors led to one side of the private balcony, which you assume is Madame Borelia's personal balcony. There is a door on the opposite end of the room where you can see there's kind of like a VIP lounge. Just every possible luxury you can imagine is at your beck and call. You can see the finest couch cushions you've ever laid into, where it is basically the earliest version of what a memory foam pillow is like. And as you lay into the couch, you just begin to sink in and slowly fall. There is a hot tub and there is a open bar, and you can see Broken Chain immediately goes up to the bar and begins pouring himself a drink, and looks around the rest and goes, "Do you want anything? It is all on the house."
Fig.
I'm sorry?
Whatever kind of drink you have, if you've got fig, that's great. If not, we'll all just take whatever you have.
Sure, yeah, no, you're just quiet, I didn't know. Do you want a platter of figs? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, sure. You know, everything's here is free?
It is free for us. And as new friends of Madame Borrelia and interested individuals of ours, I would like to know a little more about you, so I will take the tab.
I mean, we have been on a very long sea trip. It would be nice to have some, meat.
Of course, indulge yourselves. I can call for any animal of your choosing.
Like you're gonna call it out and slaughter it, or it's just gonna
No,
come
it is
out
already
like deli
prepared.
style? Okay.
How wide is your menu?
Okay, I am not the chef here. I just ask for things, and it is brought.
I understand that I just have a strange request, and last time I asked for it, they didn't have it.
Well, you can certainly ask for it, but you have to remember, I am a sponsor. I do not make the meals myself. That would be kind of insulting if I did.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to make my meal for me. I'll go find it myself, but I didn't really want to.
I think
She just sort of trails up.
I think we're looking for like a, charcuterie board type thing with maybe a little
Sure.
brain on the side.
I'll just have them bring in the usual. And he kind of does a little circle with his finger, and you see a kind of small waiter group of all little imps begin to fly in, and just put platter after platter after platter of charcuterie boards in front of you on the counters to the bar, just covering every available table surface with a adornment of various meats, cheeses, fine wines, and you can see they even have fresh loaves of bread, and begin to rapidly pour in requested foods. So, tell me about yourselves. What exactly brought you to Portcliff? Are you here for the festival?
Well, yes and no. We're here for pleasure, the festival, but also business. We're seeking out a little bit of information.
Ah, I see. A deal for favors. Typically
Correct.
better than coin.
Well, suit yourself.
She is good for her words, and she knows quite a lot. It is helpful in tracking down targets, especially the slave hunters.
Now, is that how you got wrapped up with her? For information?
No, she found me, actually.
Oh.
It was about 120 years ago, I believe. I was passing through town. I didn't have much the time, and well, let's just say I didn't know how this place worked. And I roughed up some rather important individuals who tried to chain me, and I ended up being thrown in jail. And she bailed me out of interest and curiosity. So I've made an arrangement with her to pay her back for such deeds. But I am more interested in all of you. Of course, you can feel free to ask questions of us, which, me or Quinn. And you see, he claps his hand, and instead of swapping, you watch as Quinn apparates on the couch next to him, just kind of picking at the charcuterie board as he appears. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free. We got some spare time.
Oh. So, do you guys do that a lot?
Yes and no. Mainly during any sort of intense, long combats. It's what allows me to stay alive and what allows him to, well, stay alive. I provide the feast, he provides firepower and healing. We work well together.
Oh.
And you're missing the point that we are, in fact, what you call soul bonded. So we exist within one another and can trade places at will.
Yeah, that was more what I was getting at. Interesting. Okay. Does that differ from being like regular bonded? Is this like fancy marriage or what?
Imagine having to listen to someone inside your head 24/7 and understand exactly what they're thinking every living moment of every single day.
Mustang's
so-
gonna look at Kipley, Duradon, and Reese.
And you see Broken goes, I am so happy you phrased it that way. But yeah, we are a special pair. And we're the 10th and 11th sponsors of Paradise Peak. Although our business tends to bring us elsewhere most of the time, so we don't really take many vassals. Which, by the way, who are all you obliged to? I
Nordstrom
probably
kinda sits
guessed
back.
some of you. Quinn narrows his eyes and within a moment looks at Reese and goes, Nordstrom for sure. Turns to Rictus. You're missing a hand. It looks like it is both arcane infused and well made. Pippi Nordstrom. Ricardo Binstrom. Artificers tend to like to stick together. You points at Duradon. Oh, you actually, I don't know. You could be a bunch of them. And also, are you a child? It just stops and looks at Mammoth. Are you a... Did you
Yeah.
bring a child with you?
It was my choice.
Son, are you... Blink twice. Are you okay?
Mammoth is gonna stare back at him confused.
You're not being held kidnapped by these fine people?
No. Why would I? No, these are my friends.
Do they let children become vassals nowadays? I don't know. It's been a while since we have taken a vassalship tournament. Maybe they lowered the age? Yeah, but like, he's like 10. Well, how old are you?
13.
Oh, God's almighty. You're 13?
Yeah, well,
But, Quinn,
guess
you have
I'd
to
be
remember, we started young too. Yeah, but he's 8, maybe 13. That's like 5 years age range. Figure that out. But what? It is unconventional, but he seems to be here by purpose. I do not
What
think he
else
is
to
lost. Alright then, so you're bringing a child around in the group who wants to be there and is apparently a vassal. Didn't know they allowed it in days. Oh, well, what is, I know you are all together in a group. Do you got a group name? What's your deal? Are you just traveling together for the time?
We're the 6.
You're the 6. Yeah, definitely haven't heard of that before. It's a good name. Solid name. And you look, he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did the 6 get some recent additions, or is it like a play on the word of 6, or?
Oh no, it's an entirely different. It's in a different language. Is that Sylvia Hawkins over there?
Oh, you know it?
Yeah. Who's the other vassal or sponsor here?
Oh, well, that's both of us.
Who?
You see
You
Broken
and
smile and waves.
who was the other one?
Tabaxi, Broken Chain.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got the
Both are, I believe, are in-game visuals.
Gotcha.
Jim, Timothy Quinn, the 10th sponsor, and Broken Chain, the 11th. Because when we started the campaign almost a year ago, you were told the council had 11 members, but when you showed up for the Vassalship tournament, there was only 9. And bada bing, bada boom.
Here, here.
Hey, my Gonzalo. You see Broken goes, I don't often, we don't often mingle too much with the people who come down here. Not many, or not all of them come for the best of intentions, but I did not say the riffraff. We tend to keep to ourselves, and we only stop by once or twice every so often. But we do know of the bunch of Huckins. They are a fun group. We have not worked with them before, but their deeds are spread throughout the land. They are very successful. Have you encountered them as well, or are you just asking out of recognition?
Yeah, no, we've encountered them. Have you ever been to Paradise Peak?
You see both of them take a pause and look at each other, and then look at you, and then look at each other and look at you. We are sponsors of Paradise Peak, young lady.
Oh, well, I didn't know you're here. I didn't know if maybe you were just...
Sponsors aren't married to the island. It's just... you're supposed to make appearances there every so often. And we try to, but business is busy. So, Broken and I are more of a traveling type, helping where we can find a need of it. Personally, I think being cooped up on an all-fancy island is, not how you get change into the world.
You're so right, Gwen. You're so right.
Thank you. So, Broken and I decided a few years back that we should, well, turn tail and head on out into the world, see how many people we can help on our own, and we've helped quite the number. We don't typically like to stop by Paradise Peak. It is a good place. It is peaceful. But peace does not invoke change often. And we seek to bring about a better and new future.
If not through peace, then how?
Or action. So you can sit around and talk about ideals, all that you would like. And that is majority of what the council does. They try and make decisions amongst themselves, argue, come to a stalemate, and then do nothing. I didn't like that. I like to see things be done. To put villains behind bars to stop catastrophes before they happen, things like that. Are you of the same mindset?
Kimberly just takes a piece of meat and just shoves it in her mouth. And looks at the rest of her body. And then elbow stirred on.
What? I'm sorry. Was this the part where I What? What do you want me to say? The food's fucking good, man. You don't usually get to eat this much.
They're asking if you want to make change outside of... Here. She just pushes one of the boards towards him. Charcuterie boards.
Do I want to make... sorry, I was enraptured in the protein. Do I want to make change outside of some... I'm not that altruistic. I became a vassal for the freedom. So unfortunately, it's not me. I help when, if it's between wanting to do bad and wanting to do good, lean towards doing good. I don't go on my way to do good. And then he goes back.
You value freedom. You mentioned that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, why else, would a vassal be a vassal if not for freedom?
Exactly. See, that is what it should be. But not many are like that. Most awakens try and become vassals so they can sit on their asses and do nothing but do missions within Paradise Peak. So many fall to laziness, fear, or simply grow happy with how it is in their neck of the woods. Freedom.
is what being a vessel is about. About serving yourself and helping others. That is what we made vessels to be. Not many follow that anymore.
You see, kind of adjusts and sits cross-legged while beginning to pick at the charcuterie. And you notice the tabaxi broken chain. Don't know if it is intentional or don't know if it is simply a part of his attire. But you do notice he does have a set of broken manacles. Just the cuffs remain on his skin. You can see it's kind of worn down the fur in that area as he begins to reach over to the charcuterie board and kind of pick off some meat himself.
So, you said you came here looking for information on business. Would you be willing to share exactly what business that is?
We're looking for 2 individuals.
Looking for somebody? Friend, partner, family?
Enemies.
Enemies?
Bad
Well, you
people.
came to the right place.
Plenty to be found here.
Her eyes slip briefly over the rictus.
Hey,
Ron,
excuse me. We have 2 bounties or a bounty for 2 brothers that we're looking for.
2 brothers. What might those brothers be?
The Stoneheart brothers, Tarnak and Zaman.
Let me see if I can run my mind for Stoneheart. No. Jim, have you heard of them?
Brief pause while Dom has to look at the stat sheet. Yeah, Stoneheart Brothers. They run the Stoneheart Pirates, right? Or is it Stoneheart Bandits? I forget. I've
think
heard
it's
of them.
Bandits.
They haven't been too much of a thorn in the people's side for us to go out of our way to find them. Rumor says they move around a lot. And there's a bounty saying their location's been in 10 different places just about every week, but I heard they mainly do smuggling. Is that what you're looking for?
DM, what does the bounty say that they're wanted for? I can't remember.
The bounty stated that they were wanted for theft.
Theft. Okay.
One of Paradise Piece said theft.
Okay. Well, the bounty that we have, they're wanted for theft, but they kind of, well, there's not really an easy way of putting this. A long time ago, they murdered my father in front of me, and he holds up his gauntlet, and they cut off my hand. So I kind of have some personal reasons for
So
tracking
it's
them down.
revenge.
You could say that, yes.
Well, I'll say one thing. I'm not gonna influence your decision. You're not my vassal. I don't know much about the situation other than the brief details that you told me. Be careful what revenge can do. I'm not saying you should avoid it.
make sure you have those around you that keep you in check while seeking it out. Recklessness is the number one cause of most vassals' deaths. Thinking that they can take on anything just because they're mad at it, or because they hate it enough, or scorned them in the past.
I like
I
to
don't know.
think the people I have around me, the support group, the team, I like to think that they'll help me out when I need it.
It is good to you. Most vessels tend to stick to themselves. Not a lot of them like to travel in groups. Unless it is run by somebody, they tend to be chaos. But occasionally you'll find a good egg. Where people can actually work together and be happy. It is the kind of vesselship that Jim and I like to try and create. A allegiance, but not as vassals or workers or followers, just brothers, sisters, trying to help each other. And it is good that you found your brothers and sisters. It is important to travel with people that you can trust.
Sure, I don't think I could partake in this quest on my own. I would definitely have help, and I feel like I've got the right group for that.
That makes you smarter than the average vessel. Because most would think once or twice about it, and then go and seek revenge by themselves. But these Stoneheart brothers... Yeah, I heard they've been dealing in the stone trade recently. Mining out section quarries and smuggling it underneath the nose of the Brotherhoods. Not the smartest move, but haven't got caught yet. Where are you headed to find them?
Mistrin, it's where I'm from.
Mistrum?
Yeah,
Wasn't that destroyed a few years ago?
it was. I was actually there when it happened.
No shit. So you're a survivor.
Me and my mom, we made it out. I have a sister too, which I think there's a good chance she's still on Mistrin as well. So that's another reason why.
I see. So it's not just revenge you're after.
Not totally.
Do you have any information on these Stoneheart brothers? Or is that why you're here?
That's kind of why we're here. The only thing that we were able to get was a short vision of where Varnak might be. It looked like he was in some kind of prison, maybe high up in the cliffs, but he wasn't like. It didn't look like he was being detained, if that makes any sense.
Nope,
That-
but I'll
that-
take your word for it.
That was really all we could get.
Alright, well, unfortunately I don't know much else about them besides their, little smuggling operation, but, oh, I can tell you this. The Stoneheart bandits aren't just bandits. They're Goliaths. I'm sure you know this, but
Yeah.
for those who don't know, Goliaths move in herds. And they are, of course, semi-intelligent beings, but most of them are direct descendants of giant kin, which means that they will beat the living shit out of you. And in great numbers, 20 Goliaths could even take down a city, depending on their strength. So make sure you approach with caution. You may have 6 of you, but, well, herd, they ain't usually small. Also 7. I don't understand. I'm not gonna question the name. You see Cyrus is just quietly eating a piece of cheese in the corner.
Well, I appreciate the advice. We'll definitely be careful when we approach even just one of them.
Find one. If he's isolated, take it down quiet, but you don't want to fight them together. It's like being trampled by an earthquake. We had to fight a few back in the day, and boy, the wounds on that cat took a long time to heal. Your broken goes, it was not that bad. It was bad. Oh, but were we to bring down the mood, I am happy to see that we have some like-minded individuals here enjoying a company. I assume that you are, from your previous statements, partake in tomorrow's festivities. Hopefully it'll be a good showing, and hopefully y'all will come out of it alright. Just remember, it's for a good cause.
Better than most, that's for sure.
You got that right. Well, we're gonna go hit the hay, take a little nap before we got another match in a few hours. So it was a pleasure meeting all of you. I don't think I got all of your names. Just to be sure, Rictus,
He nods.
Lisper,
She nods.
you want to correct that, or is that what you want to go with?
You don't like that name?
It's not that I don't like it. Just the way that you said it makes me think it's not yours.
Well, it's not mine, but it's the name I'm going by right now.
That seems like a deep well that I'm not willing to trench down right now. Lesper, or Lisper, whatever it is. You called the kid Mammoth. You called him Duradon. Who might you be, young lady? Gestures towards Reese.
My name's Reese.
Just Reese?
Amos.
Reese Amos. Pleasure to meet you. Well, if y'all need anything before you leave the island, just give us a holler. We'll be around. Other than that, good luck, and, knock 'em dead. And you see they, give a little tilt of the head in your direction, and, Quinn claps his talons together and disappears, and Broken smiles and waves and heads back off into the main thoroughfare. And you're left to yourselves in your little VIP lounge.
Is So we're gonna start and finish that combat tonight, right?
Yeah, no. I said there was a possibility.
Oh no,
Um,
I'm just.
never said it was definitely gonna happen. Cause hey, man.
It's like 1 o'clock there already.
Yep. You guys can go for like 3 more hours, right? We're good. We're good. We're totally not tired at all.
Mammoth needs a nap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't end up taking one earlier.
Hey, man.
I know.
Respect to you.
Eh.
But I think that might be a good place to end for tonight there. We'll pick up there next time. For a whole lot to happen. I'll leave some time at the start of the next session, in case you want to have any more RP or you want to try and force any interactions either with the Madame Borrelia, or if you want to talk to Sylvia Huckins or anyone involved. But after that, we're going to attempt to use the fighting pit as a crack at the new system. As the new system works easy enough that both PCs and monsters can use it. So we'll see how that goes. I am excited for it. And
I am too.
for those who haven't made one or haven't asked me about their 6th level abilities, feel free to shoot me a DM in our little secret channels in case you had any questions or anything like that. I want to make sure at least everyone has one or has something to go into the next combat with. I think majority of everyone has them all set up, but in case anyone needs anything ironed out. But good fucking shit tonight, guys. That was some solid RP, and you learned a whole lot.
Yeah, good session, Dan. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
good job, bro.
When I had to audibly mute myself from both gasping and laughing, it was hilarious. I feel like behind every Kipley interaction is just Megan doing the evil laugh while like kind of not like tapping your fingers together, just like old-fashioned 90s villain. That's the energy I get, and it's fantastic. Good shit.
For those 2 sponsors, do they just like swap in and out just by clapping?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
From what you understand, when one claps, the other appears, but you don't know much else besides that.
Shazam!
And let me stop you right there, Ryan. No. No.
That's where I was going too.
It is not boogie woogie.
It's not any kind of clapping noise. It's just a.
It's just a clap.
Okay.
When I was making these sponsors, this was before I ever saw JJK.
Really?
And then I saw JJK and I said, I need to find that audio source file for when they fight so I can have the clap, because the clap is immaculate.
Good.
But yeah, no. I'll say it does not work how Boogie Woogie works.
Can confirm at least one of these sponsors was around before he watched JJK. Can confirm.
Yeah, because a few of these NPCs are from way back when I was first crafting the campaign. It's Jimothy Timothy Quinn, which is short for Jim Tim Quinn, the first NPC that I made when I was making the Shrouded Isles.
Damn. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, dude.
Yes, sir. I love my little bird man.
Does he have a daughter in this
No,
world, though?
he does not have a daughter.
He doesn't have a daughter?
She is dead and buried.
Oh, is that why? Because he had the daughter in a different campaign?
He had a daughter in a different campaign, yeah.
I was like, damn, dude. Calm
So
down.
here's the funny thing. I was looking for art to fill in the room for like the clubhouse, and I was like, I could look up a bunch of random different NPCs and just slap them in there as like little placeholders. And obviously, I was gonna have Sylvia Huggins, at least one person that you knew there. But I was looking back and I thought to myself, all of the old Friday campaign, all of the old Shrouded Isle NPCs are still sitting in my Roll20. Why not just use them? And then I saw Jared type in chat, I recognize a lot of these faces and it's concerning. And I was just like, good.
I know
You
the
think I
goofs, the
would
gas, the
let you know?
trauma.
The massive red-haired women, it was only one of them when it was first introduced, and they beat the ever-living shit out of the party, almost TPK'd. And it was one of my favorite encounters. That was by
course it
far
was,
my
Dom, of
favorite
course it was.
villain. Hey, I made a good villain. When you hate me for making a character, I did my job. In the same way that Mustang hates that fucking island,
Fuck that island!
that's a proud moment for me.
The same way that everybody hates Joffrey Baratheon. That's a good actor.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
That guy was a
Freaking
good actor.
Punch the shit
Yeah,
out of
but
that
he
guy.
fucking pissed me off. And look
The
at him.
whole world hates somebody who's good.
Not even
He's good at his
fault.
damn
It's not
job.
his fault, but
Exactly. That's a good example. Also shout out fucking Caitlyn. I gotta sneeze. Is one of the quotes up there.
she fucking stopped me in my tracks.
You
I was
said
like,
it so calmly. So calmly.
and I
I
didn't
gotta
even sneeze
sneeze.
before.
And then
Just I gotta sneeze again.
5 minutes later, just a silent chew. So it was so quiet, I barely saw the mic light up.
I didn't even hear it.
I muted myself as I was like wheezing in. So I had contractors in my shop the last couple days. They're building some walls and stuff for my new space. So I have like drywall dust in my fucking nose. and stuff.
Ooh.
Hey, that's not great.
No, I almost thought like it had that a whole burning feeling in my nostril. Like I got
Ooh,
like that same feeling you get when you have like water in it, but
that's
I
not
guess
so good.
it was really uncomfortable today. Yeah, that's all right. It's worth it. It'd all be worth it.
That's what it's like to
Hopefully.
smell Mustang.
That's what it like it feels to 5 gum. I was really thinking about having Mustang get sucked up by that cleansing stone.
And that's what I thought was gonna happen.
Really?
I was like, there's no fucking way I'm touching that
I'm
thing.
not that mean that I make a common item be the bane of your existence.
It'd be kind of funny.
Oh, it would. I'm not saying I won't if it's rarer, but a common item now.
Kind of
Well,
like
fuck
Raycor and the spell thing. Be very inconvenient, but very funny.
Oh yeah, no. I'll genie you in a bottle one of these days. Don't worry.
Oh, great! I say stuffing me inside 2 mimics wasn't enough.
No.
No.
All I'm saying is you make the perfect ever smoking bottle.
Damn, you're right. I can't even
Yeah,
argue
you're
with
kind of
that.
onto something.
I can't even
Hey.
argue.
Hey,
'Cause you're
I gotta think of what people would sell you for. It's the fucked up reality.
God damn it.
Oh,
You're right.
well, have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see y'all next week.